Vice President Joseph Boyka departs for Washington, D.C. to attend a high-level summit hosted by Donald Trump. Back home in Liberia, controversy is heating.
Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire lane of social media is July 26th celebration. The First State Old Timers Sports Association of Delaware, in collaboration with Delaware Liberian Association, present to you and yours Independence Day festivities to begin with Friday, July 25th ball and dinner. Address is 627 Smyrna Clayton Boulevard in Smyrna, Delaware. Doors open at 6 p.m. Admission is $50 flat. Then on Saturday, July 26th, kickball action will bring face to face the beautiful ladies of Invisible 11 versus the talented ladies of Madabaroa. Right after the kickball game, 90 minutes of soccer action will take complete control of the Brandon One Stadium. Invisible 11RE making plans to stop Madabaroa from repeating history. Who's better than the other? Can Invisible 11 sabotage Madabaroa from repeating history? Who owns the First State of Delaware? Well, let's find out. It's going down on Saturday, July 26th. Address is 1400 Fork Road. That's the Brandon One Stadium in Wilmington, Delaware. Doors open at 12 noon. Admission for kids absolutely free. Children is $5. Adults is $10. For more information concerning vendors plus more, give us a call at 267-312-2745. You can also call 484-470-9204 and 215-704-1606. Right after the game is the after party. Hey, come on, come to party real hard. After party address is 2411 Lancaster Avenue in Wilmington, Delaware. Then the cookout follow on Sunday. It's absolutely free to all. The women of Delaware will bring the food as the gentlemen of Delaware, they have agreed to come with the drinks. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Cookout address will be announced later. Come and enjoy the Liberian 178th Independence Day celebration with the Delawareans in Delaware. I'm His Eminence G. Francis Torgbean. Hey, come on. Meet me in the First State of Delaware, and I'll be glad to meet you. Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire lane of social media is July 26th celebration. The First State Old Timers Sports Association of Delaware, in collaboration with Delaware Liberian Association, present to you and yours Independence Day festivities to begin with Friday, July 25th ball and dinner. Address is 627 Smyrna Clayton Boulevard in Smyrna, Delaware. Doors open at 6 p.m. Admission is $50 flat. Then on Saturday, July 26th, kickball action will bring face to face the beautiful ladies of Invisible 11 versus the talented ladies of Madibaroa. Right after the kickball game, 90 minutes of soccer action will take complete control of the brand new Guar Stadium. Invisible 11 RE making plans to stop Madibaroa from repeating history. Who's better than the other? Can Invisible 11 sabotage Madibaroa from repeating history? Who owns the first state of Delaware? Well, let's find out. It's going down on Saturday, July 26th. Address is 1400 Fog Road. That's the brand new Guar Stadium in Wilmington, Delaware. Doors open at 12 noon. Admission for kids absolutely free. Children is $5. Adults is $10. For more information concerning vendors plus more, give us a call at 267-312-2745. You can also call 484-470-9204 and 215-704-1606. Right after the game is the after party. Hey, come on, come to party real hard. After party address is 2411 Lancaster Avenue in Wilmington, Delaware. Then the cookout follow on Sunday. It's absolutely free to all. The women of Delaware will bring the food as the gentlemen of Delaware, they have agreed to come with the drinks. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Cookout address will be announced later. Come and enjoy the Liberian 178th Independence Day celebration with the Delawareans in Delaware. I'm His Eminence G. Francis Torgbean. Hey, come on. Meet me in the first state of Delaware, and I'll be glad to meet you. Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire lane of social media is July 26th celebration. The First State Old Timers Post Association of Delaware, in collaboration with Delaware Liberian Association, present to you and yours Independence Day festivities to begin with Friday, July 25th ball and dinner. Address is 627 Smyrna Clayton Boulevard in Smyrna, Delaware. Doors open at 6 p.m. Admission is $50 flat. Then on Saturday, July 26th, kickball action will bring face to face the beautiful ladies of Invisible 11 versus the talented ladies of Madibaroa. Right after the kickball game, 90 minutes of soccer action will take complete control of the Brandon One Stadium. Invincible 11 RE making plans to stop Maribaro from repeating history. Who's better than the other? Can Invincible 11 sabotage Maribaro from repeating history? Who owns the first state of Delaware? Well, let's find out. It's going down on Saturday, July 26th. Address is 1400 Fork Road. That's the Brandon One Stadium in Wilmington, Delaware. Doors open at 12 noon. Admission for kids absolutely free. Children is $5 US. Adults is $10 US. For more information concerning vendors plus more, give us a call at 267-312-2745. You can also call 484-470-9204 and 215-704-1606. Right after the game is the after party. Hey, come on, come to party real hard. After party address is 2411 Lancaster Avenue in Wilmington, Delaware. Then the cookout follow on Sunday. It's absolutely free to all. The women of Delaware will bring the food as the gentlemen of Delaware. They have agreed to come with the drinks. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Cookout address will be announced later. Come and enjoy the Liberian 178th Independence Day celebration with the Delawareans in Delaware. I'm His Eminence G. Francis Torgbean. Hey, come on. Meet me in the first state of Delaware, and I'll be glad to meet you. Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire lane of social media is July 26th celebration. The First State Old Timers Post Association of Delaware, in collaboration with Delaware Liberian Association, present to you and yours Independence Day festivities to begin with Friday, July 25th ball and dinner. Address is 627 Smyrna Clayton Boulevard in Smyrna, Delaware. Doors open at 6 p.m. Admission is $50 US flat. Then on Saturday, July 26th, kickball action will bring face to face the beautiful ladies of Invincible 11 versus the talented ladies of Maribaro. Right after the kickball game, 90 minutes of soccer action will take complete control of the Brandon One Stadium. Invincible 11 RE making plans to stop Maribaro from repeating history. Who's better than the other? Can Invincible 11 sabotage Maribaro from repeating history? Who owns the first state of Delaware? Well, let's find out. It's going down on Saturday, July 26th. Address is 1400 Fork Road. That's the Brandon One Stadium in Wilmington, Delaware. Doors open at 12 noon. Admission for kids absolutely free. Children is $5. Adults is $10. For more information concerning vendors plus more, give us a call at 267-312-2745. You can also call 484-470-9204 and 215-704-1606. Right after the game is the after party. Hey, come on, come to party real hard. After party address is 2411 Lancaster Avenue in Wilmington, Delaware. Then the cookout follow on Sunday. It's absolutely free to all. The women of Delaware will bring the food as the gentlemen of Delaware. They have agreed to come with the drinks. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Cookout address will be announced later. Come and enjoy the Liberian 178th Independence Day celebration with the Delawareans in Delaware. I'm His Eminence G. Francis Torgbean. Hey, come on. Meet me in the first state of Delaware, and I'll be glad to meet you. Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire lane of social media is July 26th celebration. The first state Old Timers Post Association of Delaware, in collaboration with Delaware Liberian Association, present to you and yours Independence Day festivities to begin with Friday, July 25th ball and dinner. Address is 627 Smyrna Clayton Boulevard in Smyrna, Delaware. Doors open at 6 p.m. Admission is $50 flat. Then on Saturday, July 26th, kickball action will bring face to face the beautiful ladies of Invisible 11 versus the talented ladies of Madibaroa. Right after the kickball game, 90 minutes of soccer action will take complete control of the Brandon Wan Stadium. Invisible 11 RE making plans to stop Madibaroa from repeating history. Who's better than the other? Can Invisible 11 sabotage Madibaroa from repeating history? Who owns the first state of Delaware? Well, let's find out. It's going down on Saturday, July 26th. Address is 1400 Fork Road. That's the Brandon Wan Stadium in Wilmington, Delaware. Doors open at 12 noon. Admission for kids absolutely free. Children is $5. Adults is $10. For more information concerning vendors plus more, give us a call at 267-312-2745. You can also call 484-470-9204 and 215-704-1606. Right after the game is the after party. Hey, come on, come to party real hard. After party address is 2411 Lancaster Avenue in Wilmington, Delaware. Then the cookout follow on Sunday. It's absolutely free to all. The women of Delaware will bring the food as the gentlemen of Delaware. They have agreed to come with the drinks. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Cookout address will be announced later. Come and enjoy the Liberian 178th Independence Day celebration with the Delawareans in Delaware. I'm His Eminence G. Francis Torgbean. Hey, come on. Meet me in the first state of Delaware, and I'll be glad to meet you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest show on earth, the closing argument. Well, we got 5 more days to July 26th. 5 more days to July 26th. We are not going to make July 26th lazy for our employees and our volunteers on the ground. We are not making July 26th lazy. Welcome, Pewee.
So again, man, you look charging and energetic.
Always, man. This is this is a new week. We're gonna start a new week on a high note.
Yeah.
How you doing, that young man?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm doing very well. As Nesido would say, I'm fantastic.
That's correct. What to does? If we have nothing to do, at least we will eat and sleep.
Yeah, that's what eat and sleep. Is it when Sammy happy?
That's it.
Happy.
Hey, young man, how you doing in the studio?
I'm doing good, Mr. Gamer, and how are you and Mr. Pewee doing?
Yeah, we're okay. We're doing well. We're looking forward to join the rest of our wonderful committed followers, so that we'll raise some fund for you guys that behind the scene make the closing argument to be proactive, so that you transmit from where you sit, so that we all can have a joy of independence celebrations. But we're doing good, and we don't deserve what we have. As one of my professors always say, when he came to class and we greeted him, and he would say better than he deserved, because he said he don't deserve to have the breath. Only God is giving it to us. So we're doing very well by His grace, and we are okay. And we try to show that the season is going to be festive with all of us. But even we don't have, but we all should share what the little we have. We don't have, which all hustling, but we should ensure that our guys back home should be doing things. So no matter what happened today or tomorrow, we're going to, by Thursday, we will transmit whatsoever we have. And we can assure our Mr. Gamer, we can assure our guys back in Liberia that we will do everything to make sure that they are very important.
Yes, that's what we are saying. We are not going to make the 26th lazy. We're going to do all we can to make sure For us, we have 24/7 refrigeration. We have if we got leftover food, we can keep it for weeks and we can eat every day. In Liberia, it's a day to day, day to day, day to day. People do not have the luxury. So if you cook too much food today, you got to eat all today.
No, anything getting good. Or people can store food now. People started refrigerating food. Or they
Yeah,
have
I mean,
also in Liberia that taking the same style, doing 2 day soup and storing it. Right, it started for some time. It may not be at a very high scale level, but there are Liberians that are now also they can have some food cooked today, and Liberian getting the tendency now of when they go to the restaurant, if they can't find the food, they will package and normally will just pour food in the restaurant. Like, bro, I think they say, "Oh, I'm okay," but I mean, some people taking food now as we can do also.
Well, Mr. Pewee, thank you very much for being optimistic. But according to the stat that I'm reading here, only 30% of city dwellers, people in the urban area, have access to electricity. 30% of we're talking about the urban area.
Okay.
So 70% of our people living in rural area outside of Monrovia, Mangibi, Buchanan, and stuff like that.
Oh no, you're right. No, in terms of that, no, I was talking about those in the urban part of the country, right? Like in those areas, I mean, particularly our political capital. But outside of that, we have a lot of folks that are still struggling, and I can admit here they will just have to cook for today and they do the next for tomorrow. So there's a daily regular activity today, tomorrow, and the rest of it, and it's continue it on and on and on. I agree to that, and I will have to accept what you just said. It's not at the scale, and that's why I said even from the Monrovia area, it's from the perspective of this maybe the size of people that will consider themselves the middle class, or those that see themselves working in the government area, or the privilege to have EDC. Because some people even have the EDC, they only have the weight of the luxury of time of those funds to do these things. So, but again, we hope that future government will improve the system, the economic system in the country. So every Liberian should have the opportunity to do that. As every Liberian should not have the opportunity to even have television to watch the news, entertain their family, and the rest of that.
Well, on the good side, I think under Madam Eileen, they have introduced the rural electrification, and then President Weah took it to another level. We are hoping that I'm hearing that President Boyka is continuing that. So if everything works out, the rural electrification will do great things for our folks. The question that we have to ask, and we are always asking, I think maybe before we go to the studio, Pewee can help us, is after we have done the rural electrification, how does it get paid? Who pays for it? The folks in the industry, how do they pay for the rural electrification? What was the scheme that was set up, Honorable Pewee?
So again, the rural electrification issue that's starting, and that's why the government will have to be very innovative as to how the government will engage in some of this issue or plan as per expanding life in the rural area. Because you said they are very comprehensive survey. You said started this, right? That's why today, the last time I was in Liberia was November of 2023, and I observed that driving from Lofa into Total, they do have a very, very wonderful extended and expanded program that you say introduced to electrify. Total is beaming rather with electricity. They use a sponsored program. Unfortunately, we don't have a UC that is doing that now moving forward as per the new agenda here. That program was a solar electrification issue that they did a massive solar farm that the spread, and then the news that solar farm is feeding a plan. Then they have transformers forward, then they use that now to distribute electricity in Total. So Total is doing very well in terms of that. Now, in other part of rural Liberia, for instance, Lofa County, Nimba, and other part Bon County, they do have, and that was a program by different international organizations also. What it did was to also introduce this solar plate system. Each house would be entitled to at least 2 or 3 solar plates to just at least give some semblance of livelihood to the people in the rural area, because at the time, immediately after the farm, and it was part of a system that tried to eradicate poverty and bring some level of sensitization to the rural dwellers in terms of how they will manage the level of population growth and the way they will manage in terms of growing family. Because before then, when they from the farm, they straight in the house. And then there was no means of entertainment or socialization in the evening. So the USA also did bring up some program, and those program was to man up solar plates in the community in those towns, and then the folk like the young people would gather in terms of socialization in the evening and when they have conversation. So that was part of the plan. So the government of Liberia was trying not to tap into that as to how we can bring about the rural electrification program. But we don't have a straightforward policy in the country. And that's the most unfortunate issue. So what normal other countries would do, and that's the same thing that the Ivorian government did before, when they had some programs sponsored by some of their partners, the government learned from that, and they had expanded the electrification program. But the very group they had, the Akusumo Dam. The Akusumo Dam itself got a projected strength in terms of power generation, and they even gave to Liberia, they gave some to other neighboring countries, Burkina Faso, and other countries. But ever since then, given unfortunately, we have not learned as a government. We're very dogmatic in terms of our reasoning, and now we just stuck to that and don't want to improve on how we want to take it up front. So it's just quite unfortunate. So there's no plan for the rural electrification, because that's a very important point you just struck on. And it was one of the reasons you raised this hot tax or hot taxes at the time, because you don't expect a man that got Pantage house and you're going to get him electricity, you expect him to get what? What's going to be the rate? Now, they are saying they want to significantly reduce the amount that will be purchased for megawatt, if you will. Now, in Monrovia and other urban area we have, it's about 15 cents or 25 cents per megawatt. Now, why I've been in the story before, the new system they tried to bring in was at least for those in the rural area to pay 10 cents. But how would they get the money when there's no source of employment? 10 cents. It may sound as cheap as them, but to give it to them eventually, a month, someone will have to pay like maybe $10, $15 to give them electricity because they don't have those kind of high-strength gadgets that may suck a lot of electricity, right? But the government will have to, and the legislature will have to put into place some plan. You legislate a bill, at least someone should think about that and bring it and say, okay, we will not put our money in the budget to subsidize those people, because you can want to do a kind of a imagination as to how much the government will spend, because most of them will just have, the higher thing they will have will be small TV, small S-bars. They don't have those big, it's not an industrial area, they say the big fancy home or other thing, just for bulb, and the few of them will have television, so it's not going to be bulk of money. So there could be something that the government can subsidize those people and how you can improve electricity. Then you put more money. It's going to be through the hydro or through the power we're getting from the other end. It can be a way that we can harness all different opportunities, but there's no policy instrument that we have currently that will go in that direction. I think we need to do that so that will help the country move forward, and at least people in the capital city wouldn't be the only people enjoying life. It's about the decentralization of ensuring that you're taking poverty out of the area. And it's very good. Electricity is the beginning of the eradication of poverty, because you allow the kids to study and you allow them to be out and to interact with their friends. The more they are mingling with other people, it enhances their capacity to be very enlightened and all the rest of that. But that's a very important point.
Thank you very much. Fix Electronics, thank you very much. Anthony Wiegand, thank you very much. We got, let me see, our friends that are tuning in, they are actually Nora Hooks, thank you very much. Emmett Harmer from Kansas City. Thank you very much. Rufus Willie, I don't know where you're calling from, but great show. Thank you very much. Alfredo Tottiman, amen. Oh, okay, where you calling from? Where you tapping in from? Please let us know. We have Michael Yemplu. Thanks. Thanks so much for your update. I am Michael Yemplu watching from Plymouth City, Maryland County. Thank you very much, young man, for tuning in. We got David Williams. Mr. Williams, thank you very much for tuning in. And he's tuning in from Colorado, USA. Colorado in the house. Denver, Colorado. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jerome Gaiman. I'm your host. I have with me the legendary Mr. Pewee. Pewee is here as our diplomatic and the dean of our cabinet here when it comes to diplomacy and foreign affairs. Nobody knows it all. We have everybody that has a great knowledge on segments of everything that happens here. But let us not forget about our people on the ground. We want to make this 26 happy. We don't want to make it lazy. Our cash out information is here. We are about $480 short of our goal. We got to Wednesday, Thursday, definitely want to remit to the folks on the ground. We need $480, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not made your contribution, you have the time. The cash out is TCA, in the closing argument. Cash out TCA. The actual address is the $ TCA 2500. That's all you got to do. When you go out there, you will see Dr. Peabody's photo, and it goes directly into our central account. If you have Zelle, the area code is 856-676-5136. Area code 856-676-5136. This is what they call the closing argument. We are here. We don't joke. We take care of our own. We take care of our own. We take care of our own. It is so good. I'm saying it 3 times. We have to take care of our own because the great book says charity begins at home. If you don't take care of your folks, then you have to ride in bulletproof cars. You got to ride. You got to walk with security all over the place because you're afraid of your own folks. But when you take care of the folks, Machiavelli said the folks will die for those they love and those they fear. Our TCA folks, they are in love. We love our employees, we love our volunteers, and they love us back. So we will go to the end of the earth to ask for help, to make sure that they have a decent 26. This is why we are asking you. We are $480 short, but we got to Wednesday. So if you are driving, take notes. When you get home, make your contribution. Please don't look at your phone while you are driving. When you get home, make your contribution. We want you to help our young folks. They are not employees because we don't have money to pay them, but at least for 26 and for Christmas, we send something home to them to look good, to at least have something to eat. We talk about electricity. The most important thing in Liberia is the electricity and the data, right? Those are the 2 things. They need their data. They have to have their data. So if July 26th come and they can get a little data to call families and friends, and they can buy food to eat and keep the light on. That would be great. And this is why we are the closing argument. We are a big family. We look out for our own. That's why when Chief Tomalin goes to Liberia, he's not afraid. He can walk around, people follow him because they love him. He does good by his people. If you are on the other side and you take everything for yourself, then you got to buy a bulletproof car. You got to walk around with security, walkie-talkie, gun. You don't need that when you love your people and your people love you. We are in love with our friends, our employees, our volunteers in Liberia. Please, we are $480 shy of our goal. The Zelle is area code 856-676-5136. If you want to do Cash App, the $ TCA 2500, it goes right into our central account. We are going to do this until Wednesday, Thursday. We are going to remit to Liberia. They will have one day, which is Friday. If we have everything set up, we may even do tomorrow so they can have 2 days to do some shopping and take care of the family. Let me work on the chief himself. Are you doing that, Chief?
Hey, the big boss, Mr. Gilman. Look, I don't want to say, look, over the weekend, I received a lot of pleasant news about you, man. Look, you have become the face of the TCA, and everywhere we go, people recognize you. And I want to say thank you. You're coming to join this team was a blessing for us, and we appreciate you. Everything that you do on this show, we appreciate you a lot, and you have changed the whole TCA, the face of TCA, and I'm happy that when we go up, people say, Mr. Gaiman, you know, people and I were together this weekend somewhere, and somebody will like say, yeah, man, Gaiman, you know. I want to appreciate you so much. Mr. Gaiman said, thank you so much.
Pick up your phone, call them. We're not going to eat Gaiman. We need money. We need $480 now. Yeah. So anyway, thank you for the recognition.
And let me also recognize the dean of the cabinet here, the foreign minister, the ambassador, Sylvester Pewee. Yeah, another great addition. We're so happy for all of you guys. And like Sylvester said, we are confident that our guys in Liberia will have a very, very, very great 26. And we look forward. A lot of people have made some promises. We'll show by the end of Wednesday, we'll have enough to send to our guys in Liberia for them to share with them and their families and friends. I want to appreciate all of our viewers, all of our supporters, our fans from around the world for their contribution to the TCA. We are doing our best to keep this platform going. Everywhere we go, we receive a positive commendation, positive encouragement. I want to say thank you again. And I just want to, I'm overjoyed as we're about to celebrate 179 years of independence. Liberia, we have come a long way, but are we happy for where we are as a country? I don't think so. We got a lot to do. We got a lot to thank God for our country that was engulfed with war more than 20 some years ago. But today we have peace, but our people remains in poverty, abject poverty, where majority of the citizens are living in poverty, sustained in abject poverty, and few percent of the citizenry, the population, are enjoying the wealth of the country. And I don't think it's fair. We are going to highlight all of these things, but we're in the spirit of 26. We want to say happy 26 to everyone. Let us celebrate our diversity. Let us celebrate our differences and give God the glory for Liberia for 179 years. We remain the second oldest republic in Africa, but we are not happy from where we are today. But yet and still, let us continue to thank God and be prayerful for our country. Because we believe that if you pray and together, and I pray, and together we pray, Liberia will be safe, Liberia will prosper. Thank you, Mr. Gaiman.
Thank you. Let me say hello to Dr. Howard Jones from the Windy City. Chicago is in the house. Casey Johnson, welcome. Listen, this platform, what you guys have done, you know, it all began with a vision. You guys came up with a vision. You put it into motion. A lot of people I know at some point you had your own doubts, and that's normal for folks who have self-doubt. And then as you did well, everybody came along, we came along, and a lot of other folks are going to come along. So we have to give credit to the progenitors, the guys who thought about this, you and the rest of the guys took that leap of faith, leaving a big platform that you happen to build. And most people say, you know, it's like walking off the face of the earth. If you go too far, you will fall. But you took the leap of faith and you put this together and look where you are. So it is good to have something like this. You know, we are Liberians. We complement each other. So this is a great thing. Let me say hi to Myean. How you doing, young man? What's going on in Liberia?
I'm doing good, Mr. Gilman, and I would like to say how's up to everyone following the closing argument, and I would like to appreciate every one of you who've been contributing towards this show, and most especially we are on ground here from Liberia. We've been doing some work that we can appreciate ourselves. We don't need people to appreciate us, even though we know there are some things that we are doing that people appreciate us, but we have to appreciate ourselves because at times, if you are doing some good things, you will know. If you are doing some bad things, you yourself, you know. No one have to tell you about it. So we will appreciate ourselves while others are appreciating us. So I just like to go through our daily routine where we give the headlines, and then we talk about some trending national issues about our country, because we as young people or Liberia as a whole, like today I had an interview with some other folks from the water side and also from the Kubacho fee and I went like all over Mosrado where I did interview most especially with the marketeers, but I never had the opportunity to go live due to some network issue. But I will try to edit it and then publish it out where I interview some marketeers, some Yana boys about this 178 years as Liberia Team, 178 years. I interview over 10 persons where they express different views. So as a journalist, as an independent journalist, when I look at it, it's like we are not moving forward because we're looking at our age, 178 years of age, and then we are seeing ourselves, we are still down, while other countries where they are still around 70, 60, 40 years of age, they have improved from one level to another. We see our sister country like Ghana, like at least Sierra Leone, I can appreciate Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is trying, like Ghana, like Nigeria, like look at Togo. These are countries that are making headways. Then we look at ourselves like we are 178 years old. In Africa, we're looking at ourselves, we are still down the line. So some marketers said that they don't think that Liberia have reached that level, because if you saying a country that have reached that level, looking at the economic, looking at the economy as a whole, looking at the human capacity, no job for the country, most especially the young people after high school. If you just put out one vacancy, you see thousands of Liberians want to apply for that seat. Just imagine this one time at the Ministry of Labor, where we saw that the Ministry of Labor put out that job vacancy for just high school students. We saw that some people who have masters, some people have BSc, they were going back carrying high school documents to go apply to get out that job vacancy. See how terrible it is. It is our country, but we have to speak the truth. We have to speak truth to power, because if we don't speak truth to power, it will be affecting us as Liberians. We should not look at the country or look at government, what you getting from government. Then you don't want to speak truth to power. I don't think it will be necessary, because if you look at the truth and saying this is black, I think it will be affecting your next generation that will come, your next children that will come. I think they are the one that will be suffering, because if you do this, you are not looking at the children that will be coming, but rather you just want it just for yourself. So I think it's not necessary as a country. So we need to improve on it. So let me just run through our headlines today. So today we saw the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boaga Sr. dedicates several milestone projects in the county, across the county, where he was in Lofa today. So maybe you can throw light on this. This is the same project we've been looking at. People will say we are project, the Boaga project, and then we are still going on. We are still seeing the same project from one administration to another, from one administration to another. We still seeing the same project. So today the president dedicates so many projects across the country. So we also saw today at the Ministry of Transport, where we saw over the past week, 1 to 2 weeks ago, where the employees were protesting at the Capitol building, where one lady was wounded, and then you saw the mark on her face. Police officer beat on her, and so her whole face was bleeding. And then some Liberians expressed mixed view over that. So today again, we saw the Ministry of Transport that employees expressed disappointment over government failure to prioritize them, most especially not only them, but as a Liberian. to prioritize foreigner over Liberian. Just imagine, most especially the traffic management, looking at that place where we see that more focus are looking at it, giving it to foreigner. I think the Liberian people need to come together. Like I should not say I'm encouraging the protesters to come outside. No, that's not what I'm saying. But this issue is like, I think it's necessary that when the protesters come outside, the government will not be able to relax to say, oh yes, we are doing better. So I think it's necessary that if you're doing a work for the people, you have to do the work in a way that the people will be able to say, yes, we are moving forward. Not to do a work and then realize when there's no protester, no people complaining behind you, realize, feel reluctant, say, oh yeah, everything is well. Our government moving smoothly. That's the time you see corruption start to occur in government institutions, in various ministries and agencies, because they will relax and say, no one focus on us. So whatever we do here, it just remain right here. So I think the Ministry of Transport right now, the minister, people will say he's in Siale Tule, like Prophet King will say he's in Siale Tule, because the people is on his back right now as we speak. You cannot look at the transport management and then turn it over to foreigner. I don't think it's necessary. So I'll just go over, because we have others who will speak. So I'll just go over this last one where the Liberia George enforcement charge or later, where it's already in the newspaper all over. So nowadays we see it's not only the men. Let get it on the record. It's not only the men selling drugs or transporting drugs. Nowadays we find that females are transporting drugs, huge quantity of drugs, most especially cocaine. Just imagine 181,000 cocaine of drugs, the case that she was arrested for. So we saw on the internet, were training all over, and people had that video, that photo training all over, and they appreciate the Liberia drugs enforcement. So I think it's necessary that our country, we can be able to double up, that the people can be able to manage these sectors, because nowadays we see that most of our Liberians, the young people, the young folk, they are sporting for this same drugs. We saw during the Weah administration, we saw another drugs, and today we are seeing zombie, and so many drugs will keep coming in the country. So I'll just like to stop there, and then you can go ahead.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking at Mohammed Kane. He's watching from Douala in Monrovia. That's good. Thank you, folks from Douala. Peter White from Minnesota, obviously. Yes, and also in the headlines over the weekend, it says here, public outrage as police halt over 100 vehicles ahead of President Waka's Ganta trip, leaving commuters stranded for hours. For hours. The president had people stranded for hours. And then another one, Senator Cunning's stable economic claim before 2023 election sparks uproar for the UP officials and supporters. We'll look at that. The headline says, riding on CDC's glory. There's another headline that's catching our attention. And then we are going to go into entertainment for the first time here. Young Liberian entertainment journalist releases 25 best Liberian songs of 2025 so far. So we are going to look at entertainment, what our young folks are doing, what are some of the songs that we are singing and dancing to in Liberia. I see number 25 there is MC Caro, Caroline's Memo. MC Caro delivers an uplifting piano-sponsored bridge that offers encouragement through frustration and anxiety as a guest interlude. And then the top 10. Let me go to Liberia top 10. We'll be looking at some of the top entertainers. Number 10, we got is Fazari and Kissy. Number 9, CRC and Storm. Number 8, Will Flash and CRC, My Ex. Number 7, J-Boy D Prophet, Be Content. Number 6, King Dennis and Lil Mo, Hustler's Anthem. Number 5, Jazino and the Game, Go Down. And we got SRO, Blessing. Number 3, we got Brixing and Christopher. They changed. Only me. And later on, we do the number 2 and finally the number 1 song in the Republic of Liberia. Let me do some of the weather in some of the greatest cities around the world. Let's look at New York. New York, the city that never sleeps. 86 degrees and partly cloudy. Paris, 65 degrees. London, 63. Tel Aviv, if you go into Israel, 82 degrees. If you are in...
one of my old men saying, we way here in Lofa County, you're not going out, what are you going?
Tel Aviv, 82 degrees. Saudi, if you go to Saudi Arabia, it's 110 degrees. 110 degrees in Saudi Arabia. In Grand Bassa County, 74 degrees cloudy. You say that River G, 72 degrees and cloudy. Sino, 75 degrees and cloudy. Monrovia, 79 degrees and cloudy. Toronto, 72 degrees, partly cloudy. Lagos, 79 degrees. Accra, 76 degrees. And in my hometown, it's 89 degrees and cloudy. Yes, I have gone all over Liberia. It's time for you to know what's going on outside of your country, outside of your city. If you are going to Saudi Arabia, you got to be prepared. It's 110 degrees Fahrenheit. That's serious. You could die from heat stroke if you are going to those areas. Well, Jan Mabaro, thank you very much for tuning in. We got Lasso Kroman. Most of you are not telling us where you are calling in from, but it's all right. We still recognize you. Thank you for your support. Let's go to our Cash App here. We are $480 shy of our goal. We want to make our 26 good. And what we're going to do is we are not going to wait for 26 and Christmas to do this. What we're going to do, we may be doing this quarterly so we can build up our reserve. So when time comes, we don't have to come back to you and be desperate as we are. So we put a little bit aside every quarter, every 3 months. Then when Christmas comes around, we don't have to be desperate. We don't have to be calling upon you. At least we'll have some kind of reserve. So we'll do this all year round if the management approves. And that would be good for our management. That would be good for the folks in the front office. When there's an emergency, they can handle that without coming here and making the kind of plea. Well, Chief, here we are. We're talking about Liberians are clamoring. There's an outrage. The police halted traffic for over 3 hours in Bong County. Over 3 hours. Because the president was coming to Bong County for 3 hours. Commerce. There was a gentleman in the interview, he said he was going to a funeral. And he left early to go. And he managed, it happened that he missed the funeral because they told them nobody should get on the road for over 3 hours. Chief, what do you think going on here? Where is this going? Why?
You know, I don't know, but even in this country we are, the great United States, right? Whenever even the president is coming to your state, sometimes you don't even know the president is in your state.
That's right.
Because the way in which they do it, that's why they have the advanced team. Before the president travel to any area, the advanced team will go there, I think maybe 2-3 days before, to comb the area to make sure that everything is in place. And then the traffic, they'll tell the people, okay, because the president will be at this point, we'll use the traffic, only close this particular place so that the citizens can continue their normal activities, you know. But I don't know. Hopefully we'll get an explanation why the people were stranded for all those hours. I don't think it's fair. I think the security needs to do a better job to prepare the people for such an event. When the president is traveling, we understand for security reasons, but at the same time too, that should not stop the free flow of traffic, the normal activities of the people, especially in Liberia at this time of the year. People are getting ready for 26. and people are trying to make sure to catch up with their schedule, like those who are in business and so forth. So I think I'm one of those who I'm not happy about that, and I don't know, but there should have been some should have been some arrangements made, prior arrangements before the president arrived. So we try to get the right people on, and I'm happy that at least the police inspector general he's watching the show right now. I'm sure he's listening to us, and so we will definitely reach out to him so that he can allow the chief of traffic to come, even those in charge of the presidential convoy, presidential advanced team. We got to get them on to explain to the people, why what happened. You cannot deprive the people from the normal activity, the daily routine, by just blocking traffic. I remember. I remember. I remember we were in Liberia 2022. At that time we were Spoon, and I didn't know. When the president came to see us at the hotel, President Weah, I was told that after the meeting ended, some of our friends are getting mad at us. They say, you guys blocked the whole traffic for 4 hours. Nobody could pass around in front of the hotel on that street in Cinco. We had to use Jonathan Road. I had no idea why it happened because I didn't think the president approved of that. The president, he did not approve of that. And for them to have blocked that area, but I don't know why they did it. Because once the president is seated and at some area, you should be allowed to do the free flow of traffic. But to keep the people blocked and keep them stranded is not fair. And as I end, I want to welcome the senior comrade J. Victor Nangbe. Mr. Nangbe, I want to welcome. I just spoke to your political leader a few minutes ago while he was en route to the airport. But again, I want to say thank you for you guys hosting the political leader of the CMC, Honorable Musa Hassan Belete. Unfortunately, we missed our schedule. We had a miss of schedule. We had to go to another event, so we couldn't easily meet. But hopefully, upon his return to the States, we'll be meeting him. But I want to say welcome again.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, I know Jerome is a little bit down south, but yeah, we hung out on Friday and Saturday. I remember Saturday. He did mention that you guys had an appointment. He had an appointment with you guys coming up. But I'm glad you guys, you were able to speak with him. But it's good to be here on the show. Let me also thank you for hosting me, Jerome, Sylvester, and also Myean. It's good to be with you guys. Let me welcome our audience as well. And Jane seems to be a little bit teed off with Myean for now referring to President Weah as the former president. Myean, you got to put a handle on it. So you don't want to incur the wrath of one of our very, very passionate, ardent followers. But it's good to be here. And let me just remind our audience to please share the show. Spread the word. We're here to talk all things Liberian. Quickly, I myself, I don't know what's happening. The president is, dedicating bus stops, water pumps. This is the level of development now. Yeah, thank you, Jane. I already relayed your message. The level of development in the country now has come down to the level of, hand pumping Banga. The president got to drive there and hold up traffic, as Jerome is reporting. I don't understand. First of all, I don't know if it is really wise, security-wise. First of all, you're calling all of the attention to the president because now everything has stopped. Everybody's focused on the route that the president is supposed to be traveling. I don't know how that enhanced security. I don't know. I was reading to the president in Lofa. I think the deputy speaker, I think is I think dedicating a rest stop, and the president is there dedicating a rest stop. I want to say
what?
A rest stop, like a bus stop. A rest area,
okay. Being a rest area.
Okay. Yes, Sylvester. And those things you find on the highway every 10, 15 miles, they encourage you to stop and rest yourself. But that is not requiring a presidential dedication. You know, I mean, I can understand if the deputy speaker was launching maybe 500 of those around the country. I can understand that. Then we can go and inaugurate the first one and say, you know, we're going to distribute. But one single rest stop in Lofa, one of the biggest counties in the country, one. And so, yeah, and I can't imagine how much traffic was held up again for that. But, you know, congratulations to the deputy speaker.
Yeah, and I think those are kind of the projects the government could take across the country. We need rest centers.
Exactly. You know.
But not to cut you off, that's a private. That is a private venture. That is not.
Yeah, it's commendable actually on his part. Yeah. But these are things that the government need to promote.
No, the young man for what he did, yes, but for the president, you think when the president go to these things, you think he will say, now that we have a prototype, we are now going to build, every county will have one of these on the major highways.
Exactly.
What the federal government, the government does here is that they build those things and they lease them to private corporation to run.
To run.
And they pay into the county
and more than that, they're good for the economy, but they also enhance security. You know, the safety measures. You drive a certain distance, you have to take a break, you know, and recalibrate, refresh yourself, and then you get on the road.
Yeah, so when you find something, you get some water, some snacks,
exactly. You know, you eat yourself, you do all the other stuff, get coffee or whatever it is. You know, sometimes you get direction, all kinds of little stuff. You know,
exactly.
Yeah.
And for us, sometimes when you pick up from the city, if you put gas in your car, if you not go somewhere, the car breaks down, I'm taking it's good that way.
Well, Mr. Pewee, let me read this here. It said this is on the front page of the Front Page Africa and the Daily and the Liberia Investigator. It's a public frustration boiled over following an unprecedented security operation by the Liberia National Police (LNP) on Saturday, which brought traffic to a standstill and stranded hundreds of passengers along the Myean Monrovia Highway for more than 2 hours. The disruption came as President Joseph Boakai was expected to travel to Banga, Bong County, to attend the 4th commencement ceremony of the Bong Technical College. Front Page Africa reporter in Magibi County can confirm that police officers, some heavily armed, established multiple roadblocks at strategic points, including the Magibi-Monserrato border, Kingsville No. 7, and Mount Bagley. The lockdown, which caught motorists and passersby off guard, were reportedly put in place to secure the president's route.
I mean, again, let's say one of the presidents that in recent history, I believe in too much of applying this kind of a level of security was President Charles Taylor. He didn't do that on the Banga Kakata Highway. He didn't do that. What they would normally do is that the ATU guys would be strategically posted on to every junction. Every junction you have two, right, to ensure on the president. So that was just a sign of deterrent to who be troublemaker if there was any attempt on the president, right? So those were measures. But I think this new police chief we have, that's why I say he's a partisan police chief. Right, he's trying to do too much. He want to be always around the orbit of the president. Where the president is, he want to be there. And listen, go and do your job as chief of police. And if the police will do that, set up roadblocks. And President Salif did this. And one thing she did was she went around the Broadway area. She removed all other checkpoints. She said those were barriers that were portraying the country to still be at war, or that's kind of a semblance of having some insecurity. These are not signs of saying you want to be, listen, there's no extraordinary threats targeted at our president. The country is peaceful. We agree. So what you do, you maintain your regular coverage. At the same time, you get your signal on to ensure that you avert any potential threat towards the presidency. But that should not obstruct the movement of the people of Liberia. It's a violation of their rights, right? The Constitution provides, and that's the reason if you have country that is underdeveloped, you put measures in place to not keep the people stranded. who did innovate a very sound, innovative police chief will deploy strategy on the one highway you have, and you want to store you. By that, you're not storing the movement of peaceful citizens. You are storing economic activities in those areas because a lot of vehicles are conveying goods and services, and some goods that should be conveyed on time wouldn't be. There will be some interruption in economic activities in those local areas, if you will, like the Bon County, Banga, Gampa City, Ganta, and other part of Lofa, if you will. So I mean, it's wrong. We have to put into place measures that will move to, and that's why we pay the EPS. The EPS is there to protect the president. We have the AFL, part of the AFL, the military police will extend, because the president is traveling outside of the capital. There are other security coverage that the president is going to have. And those security coverage will do everything to ensure the presidency is protected. But sometimes we overdo things in the need of we working, and this kind of a tendency of wanting to be in the presence of the president will allow people to do things that are totally counterproductive towards our country forward march. Why will a police chief instruct his men to block the way, just one highway? And you have multiple roads, there's some options. And therefore, here in the developed society, you will see if the president is traveling on this side, they are closing 95, the other freeways are available, other state routes are available. But you don't have that. So what you do, you ensure that you stand to the basic area where the president is moving, and you have the president protected. That's why you are trained to do those things, right? What kind of formations are you doing? What kind of coverage are you doing? What's the coverage? I'm not going to explain those details coverage tendency that we learn to do things without learning these security science, but there will have to be a way that they will have to, deploy this kind of operational activity so that they wouldn't move to heavily inconvenience the citizenry, because that's part of the reason leaders get unpopular in Liberia. If you start making the people start feeling the pain of even traveling to their local area or conveying their goods for the market economy of the local area, and then there's a problem. And I will hope that the police chief will learn from this again, stop being more or less. The president already gave the job to you. Do your job to keep your job. Don't over it. Try to do things and inconvenience the rest of the people because the president is going here. You delay people for 2, 3, 4 hours. For what reason? If the president is going, that's why you have all of the logistics to ensure that the president is getting the coverage, and you put those lines in place so that we'll move on. We agree as our president, and the Liberian people are so respectful and obedient in line of respecting the presidential convoy. But you will have to do it, tailor it in a way that it will not just cause some problem and inconvenience our local people. This is the festive season, for instance. What the hell are you going to be doing those things, keeping the people because the president is going? So we respect that, but you have to do it in a way that will not inconvenience our people.
But Pewee, if you were actually trying to safeguard the life of a government official, and you gave the bad guy 2.5 hours to prepare, you said the president is coming, 2 hours, he's coming, okay, and he, the element of surprise is no longer there.
Exactly. So what you need to do, and that's why even in those security areas, right? We have a lot of areas there to protect the Liberian presidency. It will come from there. The EPS got the statutory responsibility to do that. But the extended threat, sometimes the military will be deployed for the long-range intervention in order to neutralize any potential and extended threats. Now, in terms of the surrounding of the presidency, the EPA is there to do that coverage. They got different formations that will deploy. Secondly, you have the NSA that will have the executive portion of the NSA also will deploy intelligence around the route. When the president is about to travel, like maybe 48 to 24, 48 hours, that's the line. We should do it like between 72 to 48 hours to build surveillance and show that the president of Liberia is going to this place. So those that got the responsibility to perform this line will have now how to be deployed. The NSA will deploy, the EPS intelligence will deploy, and even if so everybody will be somewhere. So the snapping line of the AFL or those lines will have to be deployed if the where the president is going, that coverage area seems to be having some total bidding and other things. A need to have someone deployed in the area as people that will neutralize any potential threat. You deploy those people and move along. But to keep people waiting 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, that is tantamount to nonsense. And we shouldn't do that. You try to overdo things, and then you're not using the record system. And as I said again, the threat rate is not high. To be very frank with you, the threat rate is not high, but at all times we should be prepared to ensure the president is protected. But we should not do it in a way and manner that will affect the livelihood of other Liberian citizens.
Well, Chief, you close on this. There was a gentleman, he was a journalist. He said he was going to a funeral, I think his auntie or somebody's funeral. And he decided to leave 2 hours early so he can make it to Monrovia in time. And he got caught up and he missed the funeral. According to him, when they called Monrovia after, he said, well, hour 45 minutes going, about 2 hours, they called Monrovia to see what was going on. And the president was still at his house. He had not left rehab. So people going to funeral, missing your loved one funeral because, you know, well, like some people say, well, the president is traveling, bad for you.
You know what? Let me, Chief, let me take 5 seconds of your time. I beg you.
Yeah.
From my personal experience, right? And I know I've met the president twice, but you know, it is a lot of confusion around the president. There are a lot of people who are not protocol people at all. You know, who want to take over the president's protocol. My last meeting with him, we met. We were supposed to meet him, I think, at 7:30. We sat down until 10 o'clock in the morning. We didn't even get to see him. So, you know, I think part of the problem is just that there's too much informal that's around the president. Let the protocol people do their job. You know, I will give it to Chief. But I wanted to really, because I wrote that down, I almost forgot. I think that's part of what is interfering. Let the professional people do their job. But there's a lot of informal people who are doing the protocol job, and I think it's really, really posing a lot of. I met in Atlanta, the same thing. We sat in the room, people trying to rearrange our where to sit. These are not people who are trained to conduct protocol. So, you know, I'll pass on the Chief, but Chief, let me commend your shirt. When I came out earlier, I wrote it down. You and Sylvester. You're African. I know my man Jerome is always, you know, a tie clashing, but I like your African shirt. Let me say that. And let me welcome the special mother. She was honored over the weekend, but I pass it on to you, Chief.
That's right.
Congratulations, Sarah. Sorry, you should browse the pictures so we can put the pictures out so people can see it, man.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I was going to send it to you guys.
Yeah,
but anyway, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, on the issue about this traffic, I mean, for time immemorial, that always been the case, you know. I don't know, but again, I would say it's not fair to the citizenry to obstruct their activity, their schedule.
Yeah.
I think if the president is coming to, if you're going to a ministerial complex, wherever the case, I think they should be able to secure the area where the convoy will pass, and take on, let the flow of traffic continues, you know. But especially this time of the year, 26, people got 5 more days. And you know, you are in Liberia, people hustling for the 26 right now, trying to get their goods to market so they can make some money. And so I think that the best thing they should have done, help the people, you know. But again, we frown on that, and we pray that they will make a service available so they can explain to us in the future what they can do next time to prevent such obstruction. So again, I'm not happy with that, and I think it's not fair to the people who are going about the normal business. So and sometimes, too, on a serious note, right? So the president, they're not even aware of what's happening out there. They're not even aware that people are trying to just overdo things. Right. Overdo things. Honestly, overdo things. They can just, some people just, I mean, as if to say, like I think that P or somebody said, you have a threat assessment. If to say the president is coming to a bunk and you got some intelligence that people, strange movement of people, then you can alert the local security there, and then they be on a level, the threat level. But nothing happening. And I don't think anything that, I really don't think that the president is on a threat or somebody is trying to do anything that will do all that stuff to prevent people from. Because by right, the leaders will be accessible to the people. People be able to see the leader to interact with them instead of you keeping the leader far away. when the campaign time before they can do it, then they make it. Then the leader can be forced you to go speak to the people. I don't think it's fair, and we hope to get the president or the director of police or and the security force people to come and help us to understand what happened.
Sarah.
Yes, sir.
This is one of the first thing I heard when I went to Liberia was the gentleman by the name of Sam Gay. They say Sam Gay is the director of EPS.
Yep.
Someone said he works or did something with the FBI here or something. And he brought tons of experience to the job. But this is, I don't think anywhere in the FBI protocol that they told them that this is how they do it.
You know, Mr. Gilman, I want to say thank you for the show and thank you for having me. I just believe that, you know, everything we do, even in America here, the little, you know, dirty job or whatever job you have, you do, they give you training. They train you. I don't know whether these EPS people are having routine training or whether they are trained enough, but I think they should consider that. They should consider training these guys on, I mean, maybe every 2 weeks or not every 2 weeks, every 3 months or so that they can be au courant with some of the things that they need to do when the president is going to places. Because that was really, imagine people sitting in the hot sun for hours. And even I'm told that there were some people even who had emergency. How do you handle all of those things? It just shows that our country need to do a lot more better. We stay behind here. We're not there yet. Seriously. These people need to be trained so that when the president, according to what I heard, the president was there at his house. At his house. Had not even gotten out of the house when they were stopping people from plying the streets. Can you imagine that? If there was an emergency, ambulance, and how do you handle all of that? These people need to be trained enough so that they can serve the people. The people are the one who elected this president. Do not deprive them of their rights because the president have to go somewhere. The people employ this president. So these people have to know all of that. And the people's rights should be respected. You can't detain people for hours sitting there in the hot sun and the president is not even ready to leave yet. That's ridiculous. We're not there yet, Mr. Gilman. We're not there yet.
Great, we are not there yet, but we plan to be there. Our goal is when we are hiring these folks, and the folks say they are from the United States, they have experience in these areas, and you say, well, things will get better, and then it's worse than what it was, and then folks say maybe you don't like the president, but we are not making these things up. This is making the front pages of the papers. It is not. This is why we do our research daily to come on the show. We bring these things so we have a source of reference. You can go and read it yourself. We are not gossiping here. Nobody's making these things are not being made up.
What is there to gossip about?
Yeah, this is why I read a topic, I read the dates and the time, the author, and the newspaper where it comes from, so you can go and verify yourself. That's what the closing argument is all about. If you disagree, you think we are doing something, just go to the source and read it. But this is not how it's supposed to work. Well, let me go back to Mr. Namwe. On the front pages of let me look at the Liberia investigator here. Riding on CDC's glory is the headline. Front page Africa. It says yes, Senator Amara stable economic claim before 2023 election sparked uproar from UP officials. This both of the newspaper have it. This is the front page of Front Page Africa, and I will read briefly. Senator Conner stable economy riding on CDC's glory. The recent statement by Bapulu County Senator Amara Conner praising Liberia's macroeconomic stability before 2023 presidential election have ignited sharp criticism from officials and supporters of the ruling Unity Party. The backlash reflects growing tension within the ruling establishment over how to assess the performance of previous coalition for democratic change, CDC. And it went on to say, Senator Conner, a former Minister of Finance under the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration, And the key strategies in President Joseph Boakai 2023 election stir controversy, with a social media poll reflecting on the recent enough is enough anti-government protests in Monrovia. In it, he suggested the Liberian economy was relatively stable prior to the election. Oh boy, this one is a firestorm, Mr. Namwe.
Yeah, you forgot to read the reaction from the Deputy Minister for Public Affairs at the Ministry of Information.
I'm coming to it. He is the bulldog. When they have no answer, they go to him.
They go to him.
Yeah.
They go to him. Can you imagine that guy compare a former president of the Republic of Liberia to a mosquito brain? Can you imagine? But this is Liberia. Look, I started following Amara quite frankly, I think after the elections. And because I thought, he was a fresh breath from the bulk of us, who follow the bandwagon. A truth telling for me was kind of refreshing, and I was getting a little frustrated because over the past few months, from the retreat in Bassel, and I think he kind of lost his voice a little bit. So I was kind of kind of a little bit much excited reading that from him. I kind of, my confidence in him is beginning, a little bit to be restored, because this is what I've known him for. He is really not interested in, I don't believe he's interested in a side. He is just interested in telling the truth. Although what he was saying really was, he was putting out a caution to the ruling party by saying that though the former government managed to make some gains, but those gains they didn't translate into the little person's pocket. And so as much as, the analytics were showing that the, macroeconomics, were stable and doing better, but the people in the street couldn't feel it. He's trying to caution this government that a lot of people in the street are not feeling what they are proclaiming. The Afro Barometer report that came out a few months or so ago. Says some little positive things and some negative things. But the problem is the ordinary person is not feeling what the numbers are expressing, and so he's cautioning the government to make sure that whatever gains that are made, they translate into, the real life of the ordinary people. And I think he made several comebacks to explain that. But of course, our guys, they took sides. The former finance minister came and made his, say his own. Then, of course, the former deputy minister came and said his own. But I think the point to be taken away from that is, whatever the numbers are telling you, you have to make sure those numbers are felt by the market woman, our street vendors, the ordinary person. I think that's what he was trying to caution, because he said, even though the protesters came out, but the vast majority of the people are silently going to protest on in 2029. That's what he was telling them. Not everyone who's coming out or who's feeling the pinch is going to come out in the streets. They will sit quietly and then they will express the dissatisfaction at the polls in 2029. So he is saying those who came out, whatever they came out to say, never mind the messenger, but we should pay attention to what they're telling us, because they're like a mirror on the wall. They're reflecting our action. I think that's what he was trying to say. And I appreciate him for that. This is why I had followed him, and I continue to read. He brings a very, very balanced outlook to what is happening in the country.
Let me welcome Fuma Okenya. I'm watching you live from Makoma Town, Grand Cape Mount County. Welcome, Fumba. Thank you very much. And we have Mr. Willie. He's watching you from South Korea. Awesome. wherever you are watching us from, put it in the section, and we are going to call it out. Jerry Menz. He believed the president should be protected at all times, no matter what inconvenience. I mean, can you imagine? But Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show.
Oh my God.
Good to see everybody. Good to see Mr. Williams. Good to see Sylvester. I think Sarah was here earlier. Good to see everybody, man. Happy Monday, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, I told Sarah if she want to choose, you gotta. There you go. Yeah, I caught her again. I told her every time she want to choose, she had to get on screen. And that's, at least you did good this time. All your lipstick gone.
No. Please leave me alone. I beg you.
Sarah.
Yeah, good to see you too, Dr. Peabody. Come on, man.
There is a special man and she deserves certain
Yeah. The mother of the year. So from now to December, we're gonna honor you. We're gonna worship the mom of the year. No talking back. You don't talk back to your mom. That's why we're not gonna talk back. Whatever you say, that's it.
Please leave me, I beg you.
Dr. Peabody.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Corner said this. I stand by my words. We cannot intellectualize hardship. Not even Adam Smith or Karl Marx could. The government must listen to the people. Rising prices, a weakening exchange rate, ballooning debt, and the high unemployment could undo any gains we are making. This is Americana advising the administration, but it looks like the administration supporters are not taking it well.
Well, Mr. Gilman, and to everybody again, good to see you. Let me also say, guys, please, we still need a donation. We got two more days, so we can send to Liberia. Juma Jala, we haven't made a contribution yet, and I know you do it. So,
we can be talking about the player. You need to make a
contribution. As much as he talked, he was making contribution. As much he told me,
is very generous.
Oh, dear, Juma Jala.
Trust me, Juma, my dear comrade, Juma will do something.
Juma will do something, or else I will come after him.
He will do something. He will do something handsome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are $480 shy of our goal. Yeah. $480.
Yeah, we need
to do something on baby machine.
I'm telling you, we have come a long way. A lot of folks have pledged, and we love it. We just need $480 more.
Yeah,
and we got today and tomorrow. We want Wednesday to be the last day, so Thursday we can remit. So at least they got 2 days of shop. They can have 2 days of shop for their Christmas.
Well, I got a quick question though.
Yes, go ahead.
Y'all not pay your own money?
Who y'all?
Y'all on the platform.
Our daughter pay for us.
Listen. They want $50 our man. I'm paying now. Now she will hear you.
I didn't say for announce what I pay. Ask question.
No, I know too many daughter made $100 payment. Give me daughter made $100 payment.
So the daughter they making payment for you, or they making payment for themselves?
My daughter made a $50 payment for me. And
your mother, your children took care of you. I saw you. You were shiny.
As a mother, you got plenty children now.
Yeah, you got plenty children.
So guys,
chime in, Doc.
Yeah. So let me say this, Mr. Goodman. I believe. Let me say this. I'm not coming. The government need to listen to the people. I think that's fair enough. That's fair enough that the government need to pay some attention. You can't just overlook it like that. But equally so, when it comes to suffering in a country, it's not an easy thing. It's not a bread and butter. It doesn't everywhere in the world, even the great United States of America, there are people here that are still suffering. I mean, if you drive up right across the bridge, 20 minutes or 25 minutes from where I stay in Trenton, you will see some of the most. But even though they get help, they got access to healthcare and food. But there are a lot of people who are trying to make it and are still suffering. In the case of Liberia, our suffering is very. There are a lot of things that we could put a pause to and see how we can help the people, the citizens of our country. You're talking about I mean, there was a Mana River Union Parliament meeting that was just held, and I know they spent thousands of dollars to sponsor that meeting. They could have used that money. Let's take on some real meaningful dying project. I applaud the president, the new border school that opened in Bon County. I applaud that. But all the money they were spending for these guests to come to town from Mana River Union Ministerial Complex because Richard Kuhn wants to be chair of the Mana River Union Parliament because he wants to be the head and say he's doing something. That's nothing. You should tackle that money over. I don't know how much to spend, but probably around $500,000-$600,000 just for that. You know, you could sponsor some kind of clinic or some kind of opportunity, create some kind of opportunity in some of these towns and some of these villages where people will benefit from all these flamboyant programs just to promote yourself for self-aggrandizement make no sense. You know, I mean, they should have cut into that than just want to be Mana River Union Parliament. How does it feed the Liberian people? How does it help them, the healthcare? You know, you can say, the legislature are going to take out a project this year. We'll go to Redemption Clinic and we'll purchase medical supplies and other things and give the Redemption Clinic, or we'll go to JFK and renovate maybe the blood bank and see how we can increase the blood bank and establish it there. So this is what we're going to do. But you bring in all these people from different countries just for flat meeting and stuff like that. It didn't make sense. So I think they need to pay attention to Liberian people. It may seem like opposition, but I think sometimes the government needs to listen, say, hey, our people are saying this. Let's establish a meeting and bring these people together and see what we can do or what suggestion. I've not seen the president have an opposition meeting. I'm not seeing him call the even though it's a regime council of churches, but I'm not seeing him call them to sit down. The elders, let's sit down and have some meeting and tell us what we can do to help our people or to improve the living condition of our people. I've been seeing that. So I think I'm all right. Let the government pay attention.
Yep.
Pay attention to the cry of people.
Well,
Jeroen, just a second. Dr. Peabody, there is Martin Willie. I think he's in South Korea.
Yes.
He's been asking, I believe, since last week, how to get his contribution in. I don't know if there's any way. You know.
But what we can do, Martin, we can send you the mobile money in Liberia, and then you can just send it to Liberia. That will be fine because I don't know what way you can send money to the U.S. You know. So if you just pull that mobile number of yours, and then they can send it to you, and just let us know that this was for you. I'm sorry, Martin. Thank you. Anything you can do, Myean will put that mobile money up, and if you want to send it to Liberia, just let us know you sent something to him. But Martin, thank you.
The Cash App information, ladies and gentlemen, is TCA. No, the $ TCA 2500. That's all you got to do. Once you go,
you know, many people mistake that for S or something because somebody was struggling with it's a $.
It's a $. That person might have gone to school in Maryland County, River G.
Okay.
You probably let trouble.
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead. G.
Yeah, I think the Amara Conant situation here and what the administration should do.
1 minute. Let me do my fundraising first. I'm coming to you.
Okay. Cash
Out TCA is the $ TCA 2500. And if you in the area that you got access to Zelle, the area code is 856-676-5136. That's all you have to do. When you go to the Cash App, you will see a good-looking guy. I think his name is Dr. Peabody. You will see his face and all that.
And you can just put it right in the live feed that you did.
That's right. And it's gonna go straight to the general account. And if you got a Zelle in the area, like most of you guys in the US, the Zelle is okay. The area code, everything is there. Please. Okay, good. Martin Willie, thank you very much. Next time, tell me how to say thank you in Korean, South Korean.
Ayon haseyo. I was in Korea one time for 12 weeks.
There you go.
Ayon haseyo mean hi, how you doing? You bow down. Ayon haseyo.
Okay. There you go. Now, how do you say money in South Korea? That's why
I don't remember that. That was a long time. That was since 1999.
We need $480, guys. We are counting down. We got 72 hours to raise $480. That would be
God,
at some
people,
point.
God, we can do this. Y'all been generous before. We done raised 5,000-6,000 here, but people.
We're gonna do it.
Come to that. Yeah, with a give.
Oh,
somebody just did it.
Yvonne,
come to me, God. Come to me, God. Yeah. Yvonne.
Okay, money.
Yvonne, thank
you very much, Yvonne. Oh, I tell you, we got some smart people on here.
Come to me, God. That's right. Yeah. I remember that.
This platform got.
I think with the slap bow, right, Dr. Peabody, you bow a little bit.
Yeah, you got to bow. That's correct. We got some smart folks here, ladies and gentlemen. At some point, we're going to do this. We're not going to wait until we get desperate and we come to you. We want to do it year round so we can build up our reserve. At least quarterly, we'll come to you and say, can you put a few dollars in our reserve? So when Christmas or 26 come, we don't have to come begging you $25 here quarterly. If you give me $25 quarterly, by the time the year ends, that's $100.
For patient.
Go ahead.
Patient said, man, just send us $25. Thank you, patient.
There you go, patient. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I got it.
If you give me $25 quarterly, right? That's $100 a year. If we get 20 people sending us $25 quarterly.
Guys, come on. You guys can do it. Y'all been very generous before.
Oh, yes. We can do this. No problem. And we'll be able to do this quarterly. So by the time the year ends, we got a little money in our coffer, take care of our folks, and we build our reserve. Because we can't use every dime you send us, then we start all over again. At least we get 100, 200 left in the account. We build upon that. We can't just empty it, go to zero every year like we do it. But that's how, listen, when I worked for the United Way for 10 years, we raised money. Raising money at the United Way, that's what we did, and we did it well. So we're going to bring some of those ideas here so you don't have to feel it. We don't have to come chasing you for $100, $200. If you give me $25 every 3 months.
I don't know whether this is a compliment from Nora, but she's
talking about internet. You seem to be going in and out. Is that?
Oh, am I going in and out?
I think Dr. Peabody get on that.
I think that's my internet. Yeah.
Dr. Peabody get on that button phone. Get a real phone.
Get on and come back.
you know, and I was going to say, and this is something I was looking to. Maybe Chief Tomalin. I was, with P. Jury. He's the new incoming Ways and Means chairperson for the House. And we talked about a lot of things. I'll be talking about some of the stuff we talked about over the course of our show during the week, including what he's trying to do to audit the House and all of that. But he's told me that Starlink is not, there's no oversight. They're not paying taxes to the government. They're not going through telecom. Is a direct. The transaction is directly with Starlink while you're in Liberia. So the government of Liberia has no way of collecting taxes on the transactions.
Well, the only way I think you can do, because my brother in Buchanan, he got his. I guess when you go buy it, the initial setup, maybe you pay taxes. That's it.
But besides just the taxes, Jerome, I think there is a national security concern here. I mean, it's like Musk is just coming in and out of Liberia as he pleases.
Yes.
I don't know. I would talk to my friend Vivian Jones. He's a tech whiz. I was just blown away by that. But anyway,
Vivian Jones is in Liberia. He's here.
He's here. His mother-in-law passed, so he's.
Oh really?
Yeah. Last night.
Yeah, he's my friend though.
Yeah. I intend to ask him, right now he's busy with the burial and all of that. There has to be a way to regulate. I don't know.
Well,
he's telling me over $8 million right now. They estimate over $8 million the government is losing because they haven't been able to regulate Starlink.
Well, we need to talk to Honorable Musa ability to chime in on that. Howard Jones, Dr. Howard Jones, thank you very much. We'll bring you here like we do on PBS. We'll bring our super fan on board and they will help us do some fundraising. Because you see what happens is everybody got their own network. If Dr. Jones come and appeal to all her friends and her network, she can raise some money for us. When we have Mr. Nambe contacting everybody in his 5,000 Rolodex, that Rolodex, you just keep doing it.
I mean, nobody uses Rolodex anymore.
Let me announce 2 contributions.
Okay.
One from Roland Dia $25.
Okay, that's my boy Roland. Thank you, my man.
You did it through Zelle, and also more Gasu, $25 too.
Oh, good. We are getting there, guys. We're gonna from now to tomorrow. We're gonna raise the 480, and then we'll be done. Yeah, but Dr. Jones, you are exactly right. That's how we do it here, and we will definitely look into that. We don't want to do that once or twice.
Just so Susan Bange is listening, because you were asking me the other day, how is CMC contributing? So right now we're Roland, I'm a CMC boy. Just so you know,
that's
Susan,
right.
And we're contributing also. Myean and Samson and the others will be able to give the country good coverage. So Susan, take note.
We want the CDC folks to show up. We want the Unity Party people to show up. We want the ANC people. Where is my girl? My good friend Gibson. Where's she at? CMC people. ANC Tiola Gibson. Where you at? Come on.
I'm sure she's watching you, Jerome.
Yeah, I know she was soon start texting me fast.
That girl, yeah.
We want the ANC people to show face. But let's make the 26th happy for our folks. The $sign TCA 2500. If you like the Zelle, it's 856-676-5136. That's how we do it here. We take care of our own. So
they're not recruiting UP people. That's also CDC people they're recruiting you.
Oh, look at that. You read my number 2 just in case.
Okay, and if you're in Liberia and you want to contribute, it's 0888-297-311. 0888-297-311.
The name is, I forgot, not Gasu, it's Maul Massacre. Maul Massacre from the ANC. The ANC.
Oh, there you go. You see?
Yes.
Someone called ANC, the people that call and they say you make the correction.
You had to be corrected and lecture in the background. Go
and say that
ANC.
The ANC people, you're sure UP people. Where's Abu Kamara? Abu. Y'all come on, guys. UP people, y'all come on. But guys, this is what we're gonna do now. We are saying our folks on the ground, I feel very comfortable. When we started first, Chief, I was very pessimistic, but I feel good now. Folks are coming through, and I think our men and women on the ground will have a better 26 this year than last year. Chief Tomalin, it's all yours.
Chief, as you come in, man, let me put a little side news. We lost Malcolm Jamal Warner today. Those of us who were watching the Cosby Show. He used to play Theo on the Cosby Show.
Yeah, he drowned on vacation in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah. So
is that the one to call JJ?
No. JJ on Good Time. This is the Cosby Show. They call that one Theo.
Theo.
He just turned 54. Young man.
Hey, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just terrible Cosby Show.
Yeah.
The young man was very, very, oh Lord.
Very talented.
That's look, man. I can tell he was not from Boston. He ain't got no Boston blood because
we're not gonna drown.
Yeah, he was never gonna drown. But
may God rest his soul, man.
We send our condolences to the family. They say he just had, I think, a baby last year or something. It's just bad news all around. So, guys, please keep your money coming in. Let's help the young folks. TCA, if you want to send it to the TCA Cash App, it's $sign TCA 2500. For the Zelle, it's 856-676-5136. If you want to do something from Liberia, it's 0888-297-311. Very easy number, 08 and a Lone Star, by the way.
But seriously, Jerome, I don't really see nothing from CDC, yo. I'm really serious about this.
Oh, but she was the first, the mother of the year was the first to donate.
Oh, yeah. All right, let me close my zipper mouth.
Yeah,
but Jeremy, you're all CDC, man, so you can pay for CDC as well.
That's it, CDC USA. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Mother of the year. So if you're in Liberia, it's 0888-297-311.
I said I real mother of the year.
Little Jackson said he actually wanted to donate. He said he coming to donate.
I know, right? And you know, I told him that the people they make their money. Yeah, we finally met over the weekend at the program, the CMC program. He was
All I
invited.
think you're doing, I hope you didn't forget about what July
Was
26th.
it a CMC program or the Bomb Mines program?
You're right. All right, you're
A
right.
CMC. Everything at CMC to the people.
No,
Okay.
it was not a CMC program. It's a Bomb
Myean.
Mines program. It was an educational program, and I'm passionate about education. First and foremost, I want to say greetings to every one of you, and I'm happy to be back on the show.
We didn't even welcome you.
Yeah.
They group of people, you're something else. You're bucking to our show.
No, I'm not a grabber man. I'm a crew man.
Oh, even worse. Yes.
He's the president of the Liberia Committee in Delaware.
I'm a
Honorable Jackson Sita, a veteran Liberian journalist.
That's right.
Yeah, he is the president of the Liberia Community Association in Delaware. The man what gave up. The man he coined a new word during the wake of our brother Myean Garguah. He said, "How you call it? How you call it, people?
Delawareans.
Yes,
Delawareans. But actually, that the people of Delaware are how they are called, Delawareans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. President, welcome. I know this weekend you guys have paid for your spot. Tell us what's going on this weekend in Delaware.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't know whether today is the day for the community to appear along with First State Old Timers Sports Association, but I will just give you this information. In Delaware, every year we celebrate the independence of Liberia.
Your contributions will precede this first. Make your contribution.
My man, Mr. Nambo, give me chance. Let me rest.
Listen, the longer he wait, the bigger the purse. Don't worry, don't push him. Go ahead, Mr. Sita.
So every year, Liberians in Delaware, we tend to celebrate Liberia's independence. This year, the independence celebration is in collaboration with the First State Old Timers Sports Association, the Delaware Liberian Association, and the First State Old Timers Sports Association have jointly coordinated to organize and host this year Independence Day celebration. So here are the highlights. On Friday, we have the indoor program, that is the formal program, and is going to be at a Continental Hall in Smyrna, Delaware. The ticket is $50 per person, and we are encouraging all of our friends, all of our partners, Liberians everywhere, to come, because we are throwing it down in Delaware, and this is where the action is for this weekend. So on Friday is the indoor program, and then on Saturday we have the Barrow and IE game. The Barrow and IE game will be played on the stadium, the soccer stadium of the Brandywine High School on Fork Road. After that, after the Saturday program, there will be an after party. After the after party, Sunday, we go to church for a Thanksgiving service to climax the celebration. At the conclusion of the Thanksgiving service, we will retire at a park, Ways Park, and another park called Breck's Pound to celebrate again, have a barbecue, have a basketball game, and what have you. All these events are intended to raise money for our community and to also bring our people together. So this is what is happening in the state of Delaware this weekend. I wanted to make that announcement, and I even invited the political leader of the CMC to come, since he's currently in the state, to come and be a part of the celebration, to come and see how Liberians in the First State celebrate our Independence Day. But unfortunately for us, he is leaving the United States on Monday. So he will not be able to attend as what he told me. So that's what will be happening in the state of Delaware. But I'm sure the Delaware Librarian Association and the First State Old Timers Sports Association will be appearing on this platform to further highlight what is going to be going down in the state of Delaware. So I just want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity just to provide this little information.
Thank you, guys. And if you are doing weddings, if you are doing graduation, you're doing celebration, TCA has a package for you. We're not doing it free because, you know, we have to keep the light on. So you call Mr. Tomalin George or you call Dr. Peabody for a small package, small. We don't charge much for the kind of exposure you get for coming on this big platform to tell the folks what you are doing.
I don't want to ask, Sarah, is it the same program that you're talking about, or these are two separate programs?
It's the same program.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Sita, please put your phone mute because you babysitting every time the children make
No, actually, what is happening, you know, I'm sharing office with my daughter. Okay. She works from home, so sometimes her voice is in the background.
It's all right. Listen, this is a family show. We appreciate you taking care of the family, the grandchildren. Very nice. Well, ladies and gentlemen, help us out. When we started the show, we were $480 shy. We got a few dollars coming. I think we have raised about 100, so we're down to $380. Guys, $380 we got. If we get that, we'll be happy. We bless those who bless us. The scripture said we bless those who bless Israel will be blessed. So if you bless TCA, TCA will bless you. You bless those. Yes.
Me pa ask your cousin. I still whenever tell her, I know she hearing you, so I'll be calling her name and she'll cost me, but at least she will get something. I think she gave last week.
Yeah, she was the first.
I think she did. All right, I take it back.
Oh, Theola?
Yeah.
No, Theola, she ain't called yet.
Theola said she can support closing argument.
Oh. Okay, I will not mention that party no more on this show. No more. No more. I know my inbox gonna be flooded, but I will not call that name no more.
Oh, why you get buy it? Trouble?
Yeah. If I can't to Kepamas, you don't give me no tabadu, that's fine. I will go back to Basa and eat my fufu. No tabadu.
You're not Basa people, you're left fufu too much.
Listen, you don't want to admit that at this particular event you're going to be having on Saturday, whether you're going to have tabadu there, you won't say nothing.
Honestly, there will be a lot of food, a lot of Liberian cuisine, the different from the different ethnic groups.
Mr. Sita, I'm asking you a particular question. Are you going to have tabatu there?
Yes, we'll be having tabatu, so come.
Okay, good.
We'll be having tabatu, we'll be having tobogi, we'll be having tobosweye, we'll be having palm butter, we'll be having gravy and chalk rice for the Conquer people like Tomalin George. We'll be having what's the other one?
Shots fired.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got another topic here on according to this has been reported by the Liberia investigators. The lawmakers advance bill to create permanent asset recovery scheme. Now, Mr. George, you ain't got money to the war economic crime code. You ain't got money for it. Asset recovery. Now you want to make it permanent. Is this how you create job? Is this how they're going to create job? You want to create they are actually passing a bill. It says here, in a push to institutionalize the fight against corruption, Liberia House of Representatives has begun legislative proceeding on a bill to create permanent commission with sweeping powers to recover stolen assets. So what's happening with the other agencies now? They are going to be taking the let me go to you. Then I go to Honorable Pewee here. All the anti-graft organization, they forming another one again permanently.
You know, the thing is this though. I was talking to someone over the weekend. We're talking about the president, his agenda, right? He fight against corruption and everything. And I said, look, if the president could say, look, I will go as far as when I was vice president to Madam Salif. If he can start with that, perhaps they will be genuine and so forth. Like I'm one of those who I'm against people who betray the public's confidence, the public's trust. When you are given an appointment, a job to do for the Liberian people, and you enrich yourself at the expense of the people, where you have majority of the people are living in sustained and jail poverty, I think it's unfair. Okay, there are people who have accumulated wealth, ill-gotten wealth. I mean, you can see. Like I was telling I was telling somebody just now on the phone. I said somebody was telling me they were traveling over the weekend. I was traveling over the weekend at a hotel, right, at an airport, and they saw on the screen the screen at the airport. They saw the picture of Mo Ali, I think, Patrick Horner them from the protest, and say it looked bad. I think on Al Jazeera, they were accusing them of corruption and so forth. These are things that people take it for a joke, but sometimes when you get caught up with certain things and say, "Oh, we saw this guy picture on international wires," so I'm all for people who accumulated ill-gotten wealth. We should try to find out for them how they got his wealth. That's why asset declaration is very important. If you come to office, declare your asset, tell the people I got 10,000 in the bank, I got a home, I got a car, but then it's important to do what they call the lifestyle audit, so that when you leave office, they ask you, how you able to get this house that costs almost $1 million? How you able to get a kind of a car that costs almost $100,000? Is that asking these questions? Because was it from your salary you made, or from well, how you got all these things? That's why it's important that we support it, but it should not be selective. And what I see happening, you're only targeting the former official of the CDC, which is not fair. Okay, because if you try to go from the early administration time where the president served as vice president, you will find out that most of the people that accumulated wealth, they got it from corruption too. Okay, you saw the president said she took the blame for Noka. Noka went bankrupt because she said, "I'll take the blame." Okay, I want to disappointment I had with the CDC government. They failed to prosecute, to go after the people who got ill-gotten wealth in the 12 years of Madam Salif. So now, if they are passing a bill to make it permanent, yeah, but it should not be selective. Let them make that bill should we extend from the day we have our first election, 2005, from that administration to this point. We'll support that bill, and you be honest with it, and find out how the money got wealth, how he became rich overnight. Try to find out. I support that. If we could do that, the bill, I support the bill. I support the bill.
Mr. Pewee, isn't this another government cannot produce jobs in the private sector? This is another means of producing jobs for party stewards. Why would you leave the LACC and all the other agencies and establish an autonomous agency again? A separate standing agency.
And what's going to be the name of that organization?
They call it, how they call it here? They call it ACA. They call it, the title of the bill is the Independent Commission, Asset Recovery and Property Retriever Act. ACA, acronym. So,
oh, God.
and then they are trying to also establish I think it's criminal court for. I mean, this is funny. You got all these other agencies now. We are establishing. We talk about the usurpation of power from other agencies. They are going to be permanently an independent, autonomous agency with full power to retrieve and order it. Isn't this another double-decker bus to hire more people?
I think this is unfortunate. It is counterproductive, and it's further to exhibit our own or exposes the flaw in the system that we have. Now, we always been crying of having a very bloated kind of a bureaucracy. And the intent is to come and further to reduce the kind of a huge bureaucracy we have in the country. And by that, you by far reduce recurrent expenditure, if you will. And that will go a long way in cutting on waste. Because the major issue here about corruption is not one being blatantly, intentionally corrupt, but in some cases, the fraud, the waste aspect of it, the abuse aspect of it, and all the things. So, if we can say there's an intent to move and cut these things down, and then you come in to establish additional bureaucracy that will further expand on spending, then we're going nowhere. Now, there are a lot of institutions we have. In our country, we have one major supreme, only one supreme auditor. Is normally was the Auditor General of before, but it's been now changed with the new law. We do have a supreme audit institution. That's a General Auditing Commission. We have the Internal Audit Agency. The Internal Audit Agency, now for the General Auditing Commission, is there to do standard audit, continuous audit, and the rest of that. With the Internal Audit Agency, that is meant to reduce this thing we talk about fraud and abuse. It will catch on. It's for internal management control. That is the intent of that. And then we also have another anti-graft institution called the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. You have all of those. Now, the custodian institutions, the institution with the statutory responsibility to manage all government properties, the General Services Agency. We have the GSA that should be doing those things. What the hell you coming up to say you want to go do things for asset declaration? No. So the problem of Liberia is the kind of a level of incompetence, but those that the incompetent guys are blatantly wicked towards the country because they believe those that are competent don't have the means to do it, or the Liberian people don't have the means to check them out. The guys that are trying to bring this kind of a balloon bureaucracy in our country, we need to call their attention to certain situations here. You cannot continuously establish different kind of a government bureaucracy to further increase the spending on the very small envelope we have. The national envelope is small, and that's one of the reasons today. Look at what's happening in Liberia. Why I would want to come and commend Mr. Fala or Honorable Fala for this initiative. It should not be an individual lawmaker building rest center. This is not the case. That's where we headed nowhere. There should be, I thought today should be a learning curve for Mr. President to come with a massive policy and say this representative brought something that is very important. And I want to believe he learned it from outside of that, bro, in the West or in other African countries that are trying to move forward. What the government going to do this next budget, we're going to put on how many major highways do we have? Between Monrovia and that of Banka to Ganta, we put probably 2 rest centers. 2. Can we put one after Kakata? Can we put one after Batara? Can we put one before after Bella? Then the Lofasa also, you do that. If you cross immediately, we should have it before the Simpo River there, before crossing between Lofa and Bon, it should be there before, right? Can we do one there and do one as we move across the country? Do one on the Buchanan is not that far from us, so you do one between Monrovia and that of Buchanan, and do those things. But to come and say you're trying to come and establish, even the issue about trying to say we want to build a fast track court for corruption. Now, here's the problem we assessed at the time. We did a tracking or survey before. If the Ministry of Justice would just have more money for the prosecution of cases, you can move those cases on a speeded basis. What you need is you need to have the support to support these things so that they will bring those cases on the docket. And then if it is a bench trial, you arrange that it be a bench trial. If it's a jury trial, you hire the competent jury counsel. See, they will come in to say you do the jury selection, other thing, and you move and speed up these issues. But because we abandon those things and we don't have interest in it, that's why you have a lot of pre-trial detainees languishing behind bars because the government is incompetent. They don't understand the way to go about these things. I think to come back quickly, I will rest here. To think about forming another commission to say assets recovery thing, it's nonsense. It's further exhibiting our level of incompetence and the insensitivity of our government officials, and this is quite counterproductive.
Name.
I will not talk now.
Mother of the year. I'm sorry. Name, don't even move. Don't.
No, Mr.
Gilman,
you gotta do that thing. You gotta be looking at who all talking. You don't be jumping over people.
You're talking right now. I'm looking at you. Okay. Sarah, here we go.
Sir.
Here. I would like you to take, because there's so much news going on, it's just hard to follow because the Unity Party official condemned the outsourcing of vehicle deal, urges lawmaker to reject the 25-year concession. And here it says, a senior member of the Liberia ruling Unity Party and former Deputy Transport Minister J. Ebenezer Kehleboe is urging lawmakers to immediately reverse and reassess and suspend a controversial 25-year concession agreement that outsources the country driver licenses and vehicle registration services to a private foreign firm. Then they go on here to say, this is not a fair deal, he says. According to the contract, the MTA will have 70% of resources generated and Liberia 30%. It's a 70-30. He is saying this is so unfair to the point where no Liberia with common sense should allow this to go on for 25 years. Your take on this outsourcing of our resources?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gilman. To tell you the truth, just what Pewee said, this is the situation here. Our people are very ignorant of some of the decisions they make. I'm sorry to say. This very company came during the CDC government time. And that's the reason why CDC government rejected them, because of the very thing they decided to do. At the end of the day, we saw the other day a lot of transport ministry workers were protesting because they were going to be out of jobs. The country already don't have enough jobs to give our people. And then you come and bring a company that will bring their own people to work and our people will be out of job. Just tell me, where is the rescue there? Where is the rescue? You are not rescuing our people. You came to rescue. And you bring a different company to take all our people's jobs. How are you rescuing them? So this is ridiculous. These people, they need to step aside. These are the broke people. These are the broke people. These are the people who told the CDC-led government that they were dumb. They didn't know anything. Look at the kind of decisions they're taking. Look at the kind of decisions they're taking. This is not the time for a 70-30 concession agreement. We passed that stage. We passed that stage. Africa is opening now. Our people are beginning to do things to benefit our people, not other people. We see the common example in Burkina Faso, how that young man is fighting for his people. We should learn from other countries that are putting their people first. You know, it's just disappointing and completely stupid in my opinion. Because for a government that came to power on the mental that they know book, they're educated people, the other people are dull, and they'll come and make such a decision. In that 70%, I know somebody there in the government are getting a little bit of cut, so they prefer to get that cut. So the vast majority of our people can be out of job, which is very, very evil and wrong. And I support that minister, that deputy minister, for what he said. Liberians need to reject it. We need to reject it. It's not in our interest. It's not in the interest of our people. Thank you.
Mr. Seaton, the minister said this is not fair. It risks replacing. Can you mute while I talk? Then when I finish, you can. President Liberia, they have 300 Liberians currently employed by the Motor Vehicle Division at the Ministry of Transport. They are going to lose their job. And not only that, he said it's a national security risk. Licensing and vehicle registration are not just revenue function. They are tied to law enforcement, border control, and citizen safety. Outsourcing this function opens the door to significant data and security vulnerability by all the citizens of the Republic of Liberia. Mr. Sita, your take. Guys, can we move the banner? We can't see Mr. Sita.
Thank you very much. Again, these are some of the problems.
Myean, can we take down the banner? We can't see him. I can't see him from here.
These are some of the problems that continue to cause the economic degradation of our people in Liberia. On the one hand, we speak about Liberianization policy. We speak about policy to empower Liberians. And on the other hand, instead of supporting Liberians by empowering them, what do? We support foreigners and foreign companies. So what are we doing? We are doing nothing to help improve the economic situation of our people. Yes, it is a good thing. If you feel that the government is bloated, that you want efficiency in the issuance of driver lessons and other vehicles registration process, then you outsource it to a Liberian company that can do it efficiently. Why should you give it to a foreign company? Well, yeah, if you said that a foreign company have the resources and what have you, why don't you give Liberian company the resources to be able to do the same thing the foreign company is doing? We have the expertise, we have the know-how, but we don't have the capacity. Why don't the government build the capacity of Liberian companies to handle this situation? National ID card registration, driver lessons, that's a national issue. You don't take it and give it to a foreign company. You're supposed to give it to a Liberian-owned company. But again, that's the country we have. We have a country where individuals say they are in the interest of the Liberian people, but their own dealings carry you otherwise. That's not how it's supposed to be. Liberia needs to be for Liberians. If we have this kind of companies going to foreigners, then how do we empower Liberians? How do we improve the employment situation in the country? Right now, the country unemployment rate is standing at 30%. 30%. We have a vast majority of people who are unemployed. The other people that are employed, they are working for government. The government payroll is bloated. How do you reduce that? Because of the bloatedness of the government payroll, government cannot implement its school development agenda. Why? Because 70% of the government money goes to pay all of the staff and what have you, and only 30%, even for education and health, telecommunication and road. The percentage that goes to those strategic and critical sectors in the country, they're not getting the right funding. And how do we raise revenue? I heard the finance minister says that he wants to raise revenue up to $1 billion. How? How?
He told you.
You have all of the fraud with abuse. You can't close this. How?
He told you. He said he would knock heaven's door.
How do we have? This is the problem.
Oh, you
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian, right? But there's something. It says what? Faith without work is dead faith. You can't say that you will not having do for you to get $1 billion when indeed you are doing nothing to get the $1 billion. You understand? So it's the same problem that we are talking about here. Every day it's the same situation. The same thing keeps happening in different factions, different formats, and we are doing the same thing, but yet and still we want better results. How? How do we get better results when we are doing the same thing over and over?
We are doing the same thing, knocking the same door, and expect different things to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, We got 30 more minutes on the radio in Liberia, so we want to. Chief, do you want to take some calls?
Let me make a comment towards that. Then we can make some call. Let me say that we just wasting our time. These people have already paid for whatever contract they're supposed to get. Y'all saw new motorbikes. Y'all saw the presidential motorbike that just came about. Y'all saw police having new motorbike and all of that. They have already paid. They have already gone through the bribing process or what, and they got this contract. Unfortunately, it's sad that we so bad off that we can't even manage our own driver license program, that we have to outsource it. We can't manage that. So it's sad, but the thing is going forward. If you see the new presidential motorbike, you saw motorbike to the police, to the, they already got that stuff through. So we're just wasting our time and talking. This thing has been going. I mean, so it's sad. It's sad for the country. I mean, we can take calls on it.
Yeah, but while we're taking calls, Myean, yes, I'm taking calls in the meantime. But let me say this though. Look, I will say this. I have a different approach now to Liberia now, right? In the sense that for us, instead of begging for aid, we should do it with trade. If somebody tells you that we want to take Wologisi, do something like that, I support Deputy Speaker Fala. If you say we'll build 5 modern hospitals, we'll do this highway, do this one, I think we should take it instead of all this time be wasting our time, because the thing sitting there, nothing happening. So if President Trump tomorrow said, "Look, Liberia, we want to invest, we want to get into your mineral field, we want to take something from there. We'll give you guys this highway, this factory." I think Liberia should go for that. We should go for that, because over the years, they've been there for many years. The country is undeveloped. Okay, if they tell you tomorrow, say they will build you, they will make the highway from Monrovia to how they call it, Kamwe Camp to refugee, whatever the case, the country will open up, and it will build this farm, this kind of a modern hospital, a dialysis center, a cancer research place. I think we should go for it, because we wasting our time. The minerals there, instead of letting people come and steal it, quietly in the same government be stealing it, then why we wasting time? If we open up, that's why you know when President Torgbean did an open door policy, hey man, you're calm. Liberia is ready for business. So I think we should take a different approach. So I listen to Deputy Speaker Fala. I support it. Yes, if that will cause them to build highways, to build things, to open our country, let's go for it. I'm sure the dean of the cabinet will support me in this one. Our foreign minister will support me, because the prime minister, I mean, I'm sure he been talking to business to trade leaders around the world. He's right here sitting there, Ambassador Pewee. I'm sure he'll support me for that.
I got a different take, Tomalin. I'm sorry. I got a quick question. Yeah. Well, all of the concession agreement that we have had, what is the significant? Let's take, for example, Firestone. What it was supposed to do for Liberia? I don't know how many years of concession agreement we have with them. Did they do that? Did they develop Liberia? Let's come to let's come to B Mountain. B Mountain and Salamita, all these people we have concession agreement with. They were supposed to do certain things for Liberia. Have they done that? My thing here is, it is not bad for us to invite these people, but let's take control of our own resources. Let make sure that we get maximum benefit. If it is 70-30, let the 70 come to all, let the 30 go to them. That's the only way we'll benefit from it. Other than that, it will all be a kickback. Somebody will get small packets, so they get it. By the time you know all of these things that the people say they will do for our country, they will not do it, because people are getting kickbacks.
So we can just cooperate.
Hold on. Let me just come in. The 30% will not even go to the country. I'll give you a story on how.
Thank you.
All of the.
I'm coming to you. Hold that thought. Let's go to the line, because we got limited time on. We got about 20
radio, yeah.
Let's go, Myean.
Yeah. So the lines is activated 07776499986. If you've been calling us 07776499986, you can also call us on WhatsApp +231 777649986. So let's see whether we can take this first caller. Hello, caller. Name me, where do you call from? Hello, caller.
Guys, let everybody mute, please. Mr. Sita, can we mute?
07776499986. 07776 649986. So if you've been following us on WhatsApp, +231 777 we have some WhatsApp call here. We are facing some difficulties. 0777 So, Mr. Gimme, you can go ahead until we await calls. Yeah, just in few minutes.
Okay. Mr. Seaton,
Yeah.
you were in flight.
Yeah. What I wanted to say here is that what Sarah said is great. We need foreign partners to come and help us develop our country,
We
but
have
we have
someone
to
on the
do
line
it.
here.
We have
Okay.
to.
Okay, hold on 1 minute.
Hello, caller. Your name, where do you call from? Please be audible. Your name again? Wow. 0777 +231 777 Yeah, so you can go ahead until we.
Yeah. Your network is bad today. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Seaton.
So in the past, almost all of the construction companies that operated in Liberia, they doped Liberia in several ways. For example, the Lamco Mining Company was operated by Bethlehem Steel and Grangie, the parent company. The GOL Lamco agreement called for 50% sharing between Liberia and Lamco. But you know what Lamco did? Lamco siphoned all of the money out of the country to a point where Liberia was only getting maybe about 10%. How did they do it? All of the companies that Lamco was dealing with were subsidiary of Grangie. For example, the company that was transporting the iron ore from Liberia was another company for Lamco. The company that had the trucks that were taking the iron ore and taking it to the port, it was another company of Lamco. The company that was transporting the port from Yekepa to Buchanan. These are all different companies, all working within Lamco. So that had a siphon all of the money out of Liberia. That's one of the reasons why RTC, that was operating the maritime program, the Liberian government had to take that program from RTC. Because over the years, the International Registry Incorporated, that the parent company of RTC, was managing the Liberia Maritime Fund. But yeah, what it did, almost all of the other companies that were doing business with RTC, like the catering services, the janitorial services, the stationary services, the correspondence services, all of them were subsidiary of what? The International Registry Incorporated. So as a result, every year they told the Liberian government, say, we were operating at a loss. So the Liberian government look at it and say, oh, well, every year you're operating at a loss, but you're still operating as RTC. So you know what? Let audit your books. RTC said, no, you can't audit the book. They were on the verge of going to court before the Civil War happened. So when Charles Taylor came to power, he decided to say, look, if they look at the book, they say, well, this company is not treating Liberia fairly. So they went to court in New York. And Liberia was able to win that case and took up the maritime contract from RTC, which is International Registry Incorporated, and gave it to Liska. How come Liska became managing our maritime program? So most of the company that comes to Liberia, we have to be very strategic. We have to be very critical of them. Whereas they are coming to help, but they are also coming in to dupe us. We have to be very careful of that. Thank you very much.
Pewee, listen, I'm a Republican. I'm a businessman. The primary objective of business is to maximize profit. And if the guy who is sitting across the table from you is incompetent, you squeeze as much as you can out of him. It is not your fault. So here we are. He's talking about Liberia is always getting the short end of the stick. Like we just see in this particular license plate things, 70-30. I never seen it upside down like that. But hey, if I come to your country and you allow me to take 70%, who am I to say no? Your take, Honorable?
Yeah, so in these things, what is very important here is the kind of a negotiation skill one going to put to bear. In negotiation is deal making, right? you strike deals, but you also will have to deploy. And that's one of the reasons going on a negotiation table, you ought to have the best mind that will get you the best deal. And as the current U.S. president would say, he's a deal maker. He will push for deal. And it's just critical in this kind of a thing of getting engaged into the country. And that's why it's a country. This is not a social club. This is not a susu club. We shouldn't be short of manpower development. That's why the country itself should put into place those kind of initiative that will train the cream that are cream, right? So that the representation will be met at all standard, if you will. And for me, that's one of the reasons why I believe moving forward, Liberians now should elect leaders that can articulate on behalf of the country very effectively, right? So some of the things that can push us to not really have what we require. And as somebody was just trying to enumerate when he just concluded on, so why can we have a country sitting that not developed and we are set to have resources? How can we move now to be strategic and engage in our international partners to say, hey, we're not dependent on trade on aid no more. The issue moving forward here is that we want to leverage our resources in the change of development to the country, if you will, right? Probably some of these things will help to avoid the kind of embarrassment the security people posted today on the Liberians that were even stopped from moving about because the president is using, we don't have one rule going to that direction, right? So let's say you negotiate the Lofa road, the work is what do we have there? Can we have a stretch of road going into Lofa, back into Nimba and the other end? So what I do agree here is that, given we need to deploy the requisite personnel that will do for us adequate representations. And we do have those kind of adequate representation. It go a long way. But what normally we do, we deploy this kind of a ninja attitude. And ninja attitude won't help the country forge ahead. What it does is that it put the country into backwardness. And this tendency won't help us. And we come out, then we cry. We cry baby here today and the next day and all of that. Then we come back and move forward again. The country is not going to progress in the way we want to do things. We have to have a changed set of mind. And the changed set of mind have to be very proactive and very progressive. And how do we engage these things if we want to do them? But it's just kind of a vicious cycle, and that we have to remove ourselves from the dodging of backwardness towards a new era of saying it's about time we push our country and develop the country. But moving forward, Liberia will have to project leaders that are not only firm in terms of pushing our agenda, but that leaders that are talented to the level of sitting across the table of their counterparts and pushing to the counterpart and representing the country adequately in terms of saying to them that this is what we have, this is what we want to do. So we try to bring to bear partnership development. And what kind of a partnership issue here? It should be from the mutual investment proceeding, not on a trade basic no more. With the dependencies syndrome, we have to stop. And to stop the dependency syndrome, we will have to be economically viable. How do we get viable economically? It's by engaging and locking horn in terms of economic diplomacy. At what economic diplomacy can we deploy to bring things? We have the Putu Mountain, for instance. We have a lot of resources in Putu. But the reason why Putu Mountain is not attractive to investors because the road system, the rail system in our country are all deployed. We don't have one. Let's just say deployable. The only one we have now that is effective is the one the Yekepa, the company that did at the time. And ArcelorMittal can spend close to $1 billion US to rehabilitate it, right? So Putu is there, nothing. Are we now strategic to engage companies across the globe to say, hey, we do have something that is viable here, but this region is not attractive to investors because of the deplorable nature of our rules to connect there. How can we make that place viable and connected? It's one of the things we have to have the kind of leader that will push these things. But it's important that we measure these things and we use it as a leverage so that we move forward, and that will be backward for a long time. When the rain comes, we're going to be stuck in the mud. When the sun comes, our people are going to inhale the dust. And these are all recipe for serious sicknesses towards our people. Both seasons, we do have 2. We don't have 4. Like here, we have 2 seasons. I will end on this note. 2 seasons, but those seasons bring a lot of calamity to our people. The dry season brings dust to the people that here, get a lot of different diseases, respiratory diseases, if you will. The rainy season comes, it brings more than other things, it's embarrassment to the people get stuck in all those things. When will we wake up from the indulgence of being
my dear,
incompetent and all those things? So we have to be very proactive and engaging those system governments. That's the way to go about it.
Mr. Namwe, I've been in most of the conferences when we're making deals. We know that the best deal would be 50-50. We know the best deal would be 50-50. But you go and push your chip. You say I want 90%. You start your bargaining area is 90%. And if the guy across the street, across the table, agrees, hey, you walk out of there, you go jumping. Liberia was facing 90. Somebody pushed 90. They say, okay, we'll take, can you do 70? This man going in there knowing that his share is 50%, but his objective is to squeeze out of your 50% as much as he can.
That's right.
And Liberia allowed them to take 70%. These guys are leaving there jumping. Can you imagine the nation? They didn't even go for 50-50. They allowed these guys to walk away with 70%. I am telling you, this is what Trump called the art of deal making. This is how you do it. If the other man is a fool, you take all his lunch. That's what they're doing to us. They're taking all of our lunches.
And
I've never seen 70-30% in anything.
They're locked in for a quarter of a century.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yes.
They're locked in, yeah. So yeah,
I mean, so let me ask you a question. You guys want Liberia to develop?
Yes.
I come in, but listen, we're talking about the Gizi Mountain, we're having the Sapo National Park, all these things we're having, and they're not helping the country. So should I keep them there?
No. We are not saying that you should keep them there. Let the deal be fair. Let the deal be fair for our country. That's what we're saying.
Look, I support mineral or trade for mineral.
Very
Let's trade. Let's give the mineral away and set up a transparent system. A transparent system that will ensure that these roads are built, that if we're building hospitals and others are built. But if you sign a deal and put it in these people's hands, in any people's hands, the same corruption will take place and nothing will become of it.
Exactly.
The minerals are sitting there. Sign a deal, but ensure with. I mean, if you work with the Americans and Americans say, "Hey, we need couple $10 billion or $40 billion mineral," you tell them what you want them to do and to do it.
They do it.
And that's it. That's why we structure today. We got this old racist law that no white man can be president. I mean, can be citizen of Liberia. And these people are there. They can't be citizens. They're working. So what to do? To take that money and go to other countries because we say, "Oh, no white man should be citizen of our country."
They're wrong. That's racism.
Exactly. So the country is so locked down, small, 43,000 square miles. If you have if you can just mortgage or put into place or garnish, if you will, into for like $10 billion. You know what $10 billion can do for that country? Mm-hmm. $10 billion will connect all of the country with two roads, $10 billion, and put into place some major infrastructure, revamp and increase the grade of the hydro. The hydro, if you revamp and increase the grade of the hydro, that will expand production. Because if you put the hydro at the level that production will be expanded, what you do, you set the room and the basis for industrialization. Many big countries, companies, factories will start to pull into the country, and then they won't worry about spending extra money to just pump electricity to their factories or company, if you will. So you pump that line, you build roads, you put those major infrastructure into place. Trust me, bingo is done. The only thing you have to do now, the rest of the money, that $10 billion, you build major hospitals, health centers in other areas, and improve the school educational system. The rest, you pump in agriculture. The country open up. Everybody get engaged. Boom, the problem of the country done. Then you start to think about the way the country will move forward. But if you don't want to do it, you want to keep these resources in there. As you were saying, I remember when I'm watching a Nigerian movie, I love to see them sometime. And then it's not a deity, it's not a shrine that we want to. Jerome, is that a shrine we have in Upper Buchanan or somewhere in compound number 4 Buchanan that we all pay? Those are not shrines. They're not shrine. They're not shrine. So they are resources that we should leverage for the good of the country. It's not a deity that we're going to be worshiping. No. So it's about time that the country be more advanced, more productive in terms of thinking, think outside the box, leverage these resources, and then use these resources to move on. I think those were the thought process of the progressive yesterday. Mr. Nangwaya would tell us the progressive thought of that. But unfortunately, it have never materialized. And now, the tomorrow we spoke of yesterday is now. And that tomorrow, you have to live in conformity with changing time. And this changing time is now, you have to be very advanced in terms of what you want to do. You have to be clear and focused and intentional. Other than that, trust me, Liberia will be in the dungeon of this kind of a backwardness for a very protracted period of time. It's going to go nowhere in helping the country forge ahead.
Dr. Peabody, the Chinese model is, they call it revenue swap, right? They come to the table and say, what is it that you need? And you say, I need road from Benjamin to Buchanan. I need a hydro here. Then they tell you, okay, for your resources, we're going to build a road, and then we are going to operate it for 20 years, 25 years. After we get our money back, the road is turned over to you. You need a hydro bill, we'll build a hydro. Wherever you want to swap, you can swap, or we can build a hydro and operate it, sell the electricity to the folks. We'll run it, and then after a period of time, they call that swapping, right? Why is it that Liberians are not interested? And before you go, the former vice president, I won't call his name, may his soul rest in peace. He says you'll be surprised that most of the major concessions, the president of the republic, the government, big government officials, they are all shareholders. They are written into these contracts. So basically, it benefits individuals instead of the country. What do you think about individuals writing themselves into the concession agreement and leaving the people out?
And that's the first thing we see. And that's one of the reasons they cannot negotiate a very transparent contract, because they want to benefit themselves, and that's why they always go into these contracts. And at the end of the day, there's nothing there to benefit the people. You will hear $1 billion, $3 billion, and there's nothing to show that these people have benefited, because you got these so greedy folks. All the thing about what will I get for myself? What will I get in there for myself? But they're not thinking on the Liberian people that have no food to eat, the Liberian people that don't have any JFK, that don't have medication. They're not thinking about schools that are ill-equipped and all of that. All they go to the contract is what they will get out of it. Now, all of them, they're aligning with fake companies and things like that, just to add themselves to it and get financial, enrich themselves. So that's why. But if we can sit and negotiate apparently, like Elliot Jones said, he said we are not in a position to negotiate trade. We are begging and spending like we're crazy. I agree with Alex on that. That's what we're doing. We beg continuously until people don't respect us to even sit there and sign a good contract. Because all we do is beg, and don't wonder why the kids are back in that country. Because if the government are begging, the citizens are begging, the kids too are back. Because the thing is, it's all about them. They don't want to sit and say, you know what? Let's sit down. Let's go to the table. Liberia first. But give somebody a contract, say, we got a 10 million contract here at the Public Works Ministry. The first thing the minister will look for his own group to put them in it, so that at the end of the day, he will get kickback. The other area, they will look for people to put in it for all of them. There's no contract signed with no government official getting kickback, even though they are being paid by the government, they're getting all these benefits, but they always want to be part of it. At the end of the day, we signed $3 billion contract and we'll end up backing again all day, backing babies. International community, international partner, international community, international partner. Why is it that why is it that government can't build their own rest stop? Why is Tomalin building a rest stop and the president is going there to dedicate it? Tomalin, who been involved in the rest saga, thousands of back of rights that were given to him and all of that. He's building, trying to appease the government because he does not want to be persecuted. They want to make law for the assets recovery team, but they can't even order themselves right in the house. They ain't able to order themselves. By the time you bring it all, it's like civil war people come to fight civil war and things like that. They can't order themselves, but they want to fix a bill that will strengthen the asset recovery team. What a mockery! What a mockery! You know, so that's what they're doing. Tomalin was involved in all this scandal. If they audit the House of Representatives, he will be one of the number one. He's building now. He wants to stick on the other side, building a rest stop. Who that building that rest stop is going to be owned by him. Anybody go there, whether the funds that are going to be generated is going to be generated by him. He should put it there as a little point so that I say, oh yeah, this man built a rest stop. And the president should not even be encouraging things like that. Oban Baga should not even be drawing himself into those kind of things to go and dedicate a government official rest stop.
Yeah, but
our people sit there sing praise songs.
Peabody, the president was in that particular spot several months ago, and he said, if you're going to steal, please steal and bring the money back home. So Tomalin is doing it. Dr. Peabody, that's what the president said.
And that is a problem with the country.
The man said,
that's the problem we have, Mr.
You can steal the money, but bring the money and benefit your people. So Tomalin have done it. Call his paper, know what I have done here. Clap for his.
But when my kids said it, they were all talking my kid.
Yeah.
You see? When my girl said it, they were all jumping my girl. Everybody that had it, all the youth.
You know what I'm worried about? I'm worried about the next election. Make no mistake. You know, I'm afraid that if we're not careful, we will end up with what we've been seeing in the last 20 years. But there's still time. There's still time that we can, the people can push for on a different alternative, but it left with the people themselves. And our job on these platforms is to educate the people. If somebody keep telling you, say, we're suffering, we get data, we can't send our children to school, our job is to make sure we tell them, if you keep voting for the same people, every election cycle, they come with the same noise, the same rap, tell you, if you vote for us, we'll build your hand pump. But over the last 6 and 9 years, you won't know how much money they accumulated just from representing you. And that the money they accumulated could do a lot for you people. That's why I will encourage the president to put on a referendum to his government maybe by next year. Put a referendum to reduce the term of the president, reduce that 6 years, reduce the senatorial term, reduce the representative term, and make it mandatory to elect. We'll put it back in the Constitution where we put an amendment there that we should elect our mayors to be elected, so that you won't be afraid.
Our superintendent too.
Superintendent, we should put it there, and then reduce all these terms. And then the last thing, that racist law, President Weah, when he took office, he put it forward. He said, "Look, the law is not fair to the people. You can't be investing millions of dollars in the country. They tell you say you're not citizen because you're not citizen because you're white. No, you can say you can't run for president and vice president or senator or representative, but you are considered a citizen of Liberia. It's not fair. So I think we should start thinking about this thing and educating the people because it's not fair. It's not affecting Liberia. I mean, every year the same thing. I mean, can you imagine? Look at our national budget. I know the Minister of Finance, Comrade Garguah, said they are knocking on heaven's door to reach now the 1 billion mark. Give me a break. You saw Senator Amara Corner wrote something.
It's right here. It's right there.
Now, you're making comparison with the CEC government and UP government. There's a debate now going on. That's why they have one chat room they got right now. I don't take part in a chat room. I don't say that because they're joking in a chat room. All they're doing, making 1 minute, oh, citizens were better than you. You people do better than you. All they're doing in a chat room.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't nothing to come. And in the last 20 years, majority of them in that chat room, they were in position in the government. They were ministers, senators, representatives, and so forth. What have they done for the country? Liberia is the 8th poorest country on the earth. Our people are living in sustained job poverty. It's not fair to the people of Liberia. But look at our country. Millions of dollars our country is we're receiving, making every day, every year. And our people and the guys are living the luxurious life. Senators them. Can you imagine? See what they're getting. And I mean, that what as I was talking, the president said they were traveling and at the airport. Al Jazeera had it there. They had what people they had Mo Ali, I think Patrick, and they had a picture on the big screen with the kind of money the people, the protesters are accusing them of. And I will repeat, if anybody say the protesters, the people held last week were unsuccessful, that person need to rethink. We're not unsuccessful. Don't forget. I come in. June 7 protest. You had the leaders of the ANC, the UP, you have Cummings, you have Boyka, you have Ure. They were all there in that protest with a partisan. So that protest was well attended. But these guys protest, there are no political leaders there. And they, just by all what they went through, they still put people out. And the protest were covered by international wires. And you think it's a joke? You think that you look they kind of like what happening on international wires? Al Jazeera, BBC, Reuters, when the people passing in international airport terminal is seeing Liberia on the screen. Look, we got work to do. Liberian people got to get serious. We can't keep on electing the same people, then we're crying. So going forward, we are going to go to the bottom of it with educated people, and our job is to make sure that people will change minds and attitude, because we cannot elect the same people 2029. No.
Well, thank you very much. That's a passionate plea, but we have to be on the ground. We can't be in cyberspace to do that. We have to be on the ground. We have to talk to the folks. We have to shake their hand. We got to look them in the eyes and say, enough is enough. Like the folks said, we can stay here all we want. We want to make that difference. The Nambes of the world, the Pewees of the world, the Gimmons of the world, we have to be on the ground. We can't do it from here. We have to be on the ground, not from the perch of our luxury here and telling the folks that we feel their pain. No, we don't feel their pain. We hear about their pain. You don't feel their pain. But this is what we are going through. Mr. Siliki, welcome. Where are you?
I think the banner is covering up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Can we move the banner a little bit, because we can't see Paul Kagame.
Yeah, I'm here. You getting me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Tomalin, can you take down the banner, please? Or make it smaller.
So,
go
again,
ahead. Your take.
We can see you, sir.
Yeah, it's not
my fault.
What I'm thinking, let me take this something down, man. Myean, can you take that down?
Myean still there? What is it?
What am I saying?
Okay, so I think they're working on it though.
Siliki, go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead.
What am I saying? What am I saying here? I don't understand anything here.
Listen.
Is this better?
No, my Eric Belema, they from Lofa. I know my homeboy and I'm my friend.
So you trying to stereotype against us now?
Yeah, I know.
But this is unlike us.
The man related to T5. He wants to talk about T5. T5 built one police station. He got one police station there. Go ahead.
He got one rest stop.
In the rest stop, he got a big police station there.
Yeah, that's one.
It's a shame for individual lawmakers to be having their own project in the country, and the country does not have a project.
And his own police station, not a regular project.
They were really stealing from us in that country.
And you guys started
Then they're talking about going to go open another blah blah blah.
And you said something very important that the country don't have that kind of policy, but lawmakers got it, and they are making the laws.
Right.
Thing in the budget.
Can you imagine?
And so you understand here now that those are people that are stealing the country money on a massive level that he'll go bail kind of a thing. Imagine that. But there's no comprehensive program to legislate these things in the national budget. And say for instance, we go to now from Monrovia back to Harper. You see that kind of distance? How many rest center can we build for there to go on? And we do a 3-year program to say before that time we have rest center all the way from there to that part of the country. This right. That's good. If you do the thing, then you encourage local people to start doing businesses. Even at the local level, the local will be cooked. When people arrive there, there will be food. Then you put.
But ain't that one will be on a rest center?
Yeah, but that's the question I'm asking.
When car break down, so now they will
where are the planners?
Then you have like spare part centers in the area where you can go get spare part. I mean, we can do it that way. It's part of improving the country. It's part of
where are our planners? Do we have planners in Liberia? We have the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. The question is, do we have planners?
Let's get Siliki chance. Siliki, I can see.
That's Siliki Toya.
Hey, I don't like man again. They may not come out. He said he will win again. I
will win 2029. Liberia needs a completely new and different hands-on leader that will take things up. I'm leaning towards Ellis John.
I will vote for Ellis. That's Siliki Toya.
Well, how are you voting for Ellis when Ellis can't even go to the rest of the vote?
I will figure it out.
We're avoiding the United States.
Good morning from my end. And good to be here. So here is the thing though. On Saturday I wake up and I saw hundreds of cars being asked to get off the road because President Barker was going to Bon County.
Oh, my president got me a time, my president.
You know, and
for you?
Unfortunately, what the president delegated, you know, after keeping the people.
He got me care where about that topic again.
Yeah,
no, but me, I just come here and say,
okay, go ahead.
I just come here more besides I want to make some comparison. You know, it's very important to do that.
Please be brief. We got more time, more topic to cover.
There you go.
You ANC, you don't see these people don't like you.
So here is the thing though. You know, they kept the people off the road while President Barker was at his rehab residence for nearly 3 hours. And only to find out that the president went to dedicate a water tank. You know, let me say this.
No, he went first to speak graduation.
Let me say this, Mr. Gibbons. Sometime in 20...
No, I'll respond to him. I'm a president. Yeah, I'll respond to him.
There you go. Sometime in May of this year, May to June, Tanzania in East Africa dedicated the John Magufuli Bridge, worth around $300 million.
770 million. 770 million.
Okay, because actually doing a conversion, I saw it about in the Tanzanians currency and stuff like that. But yeah, thank you for the correction. But what I'm trying to say is that they constructed the longest bridge in East Africa. Today, that bridge is being dedicated. Liberia is way or far ahead, in terms of age, older than Tanzania. And a few months ago, we saw the president and his entire cabinet coming to the Rabat International Airport to organize a program, being happy about the return of Ethiopia Airlines. Here in Rwanda is currently constructing a new airport, which is expected to be finishing in the next 3 years to come. And that airport's worth about $2 billion. 60% of that amount is being funded by Qatar Airlines. And 40% the Rwanda government will be, contributing that. But President Baka and his people, the most experienced politician, left the executive mansion, came to Margibi to organize a program because Ethiopia Airlines is coming back to Liberia. Qatar Airlines is contributing to constructing a new airport, which is expected to be the cargo hub in East Africa or Africa at large. So Liberians, we are sleeping and we are stuck with this, the amount of mediocrity. We accept everything, from our leaders, especially. Just a few days ago, I saw something on Facebook. And what is so disappointing is not just for ordinary supporters, Mr. Game, but of government officials going to the president's house, printing a t-shirt, Mr. Good Gentleman, I don't know English, and then the president taking photo with it, they're posting that on Facebook. So this is what we found ourselves. This is sad. I saw that and the people were expressed. Some of the people, all of you on the show, you are aware. Liberians usually buried on a Saturday. Some of the people, no press release from the Executive Protection Service, the EPS, the Executive Mansion could not put a press release that, tomorrow nobody's allowed to travel through the, Margibi or Bonkante Road. You just come up in the morning and ask commercial driver to get off the road for 3 good hours, only to go dedicate a water tank that our individual can construct. This is sad. Liberia will be 178 years on Saturday of this week, and we are celebrating water tank, hand pumps, and you name the rest of it. And we say this man, the country is on track. I saw American post that somebody spoke about. All of them, they on the post. The government, but they can tell you one thing the government is doing, that put the government on track, ahead of the CDC regime. But all they know, the government is on track. The government has, achieved massive, whatsoever it is, they're posting all the kind of stuff. By the end of the day, you can't intellectualize hunger. School just closed in Liberia, school's about to open. The information sheet that are coming out, very terrible. High increase in school fees. Parents now, they are worried how to even send our children to school. And, unemployment rate is getting high. And all you do is to go on Facebook, send a surrogate to defend you because that's how they keep that job. And this is sad. We are in the 21st century. This is 2025. 178 years old. And countries that are 60 years or 70, the things they are doing, the record is setting. You're not thinking about that, but you happy because Joseph Barago and dedicate a water tank. And when somebody talk about and keeping people up doing that normal business for 3 hours, as if to say you're going to do something serious, only to go dedicate a water tank. This is very serious, and Liberians should understand that. Look, I agree with you, Brother Tomalin. You said, we 2029, yeah, we referencing 2029, but we got to start talking now. And Liberians should start demanding from this government. For me, I don't think it's fair for us to wait, until 2029 before we make a decision. Yes, whatever it is, it's not going to change anything. President Baka will be the president, but we should demand from them more. Liberians don't deserve water tank. In this country, since I came here, I've never seen anything like water tank or, hand pump that politicians use in Liberia to fool the people that are working or doing development. Every house, even the poor, the Menwis, the poorest, they get running water in a house. At the end of the month, very cheap, affordable. Electricity the same. You recharge your Wi-Fi on a monthly basis. But and guess what? I will end on this note. The internet system this country is using, they are taking it right in Cote d'Ivoire, Africa. They call it Canal Box. They're taking it from Cote d'Ivoire, they go all the way to West Africa, they take the Canal Box, they bring it here, and they sell it to our people for $25 per month. You just recharge it. They're taking it from right there, Cote d'Ivoire. And we are there, Orange and Rooster, exploiting our people. We can talk because we've signed deal with them. We're in the people's pocket.
Yeah, look.
When people come and say they want to protest, you say the internet will be down tomorrow. This is sad. We should demand from them. Joseph Baka told us that he was the most experienced president. You can be dedicating water tank in this age, and you expect people to celebrate you.
Okay.
It's very, very sad.
But let me say, let me respond quickly, man. Look, it's customary in our country that when it comes to the 26th time, the presidents usually dedicate projects that they had said that were the dedicated project. In fact, President, we have dedicated projects tomorrow again, or for the whole week leading to the 26th celebration. Other presidents did it, and it's a tradition in our country. But again, it's because you and I elected them. That's why they're doing it. That's why you will have this kind of a thing. So until we can elect transformative leaders, we should expect these kind of things to happen all the time. That's why you need innovative leader with a vision, who thinking big. You know, I was just informed that the money that USAID, the Congress allocated for to USAID, I think when Dodge did a cut about $9 billion. I think the Congress passed the bill last week where that money, they finally approved that money going back to the U.S. Treasury, which is not fair. Now, if I was advising this president, this government, that's why when you hire a lobbyist, that's what they do. The lobby for you say, look, that money, Congress already appropriated that money. I'm already passing the law. Instead of money go back to the U.S. Treasury, Liberia needs that money. That use of money was funding malaria, teenage pregnancy, different school feeding program in Liberia. The drugs, the people that are drugs that are having the challenge with drugs addiction, that money being used for a lot of purpose. You know, I just hope the government have really engaged the U.S. government, especially that moment that they had 2 weeks ago in Washington, D.C. To meet President Trump again won't be easy. When you meet the leader of the free world, President Trump, you be very measured and put the reality, the things that the priorities of the country is before them. And then while that meeting was going in Washington, D.C., have meetings scheduled on the sidelines. Where you got your Minister of Foreign Affairs, your Minister of Finance, you're having different meetings. So at the end of the day, Liberia can benefit. So I just want to honestly, but we'll continue to follow this trend, as I see it is going. Because you told somebody generally like, bro, you pick on the phone, you call just now. You ask them today, election here tomorrow, they'll tell you, they will not even call, nobody knew. They'll call the same people there. So that problem we're facing in the country, until we get our mindset change, we have the problem continuously. That's why I'm telling you now, if my telling we're talking about it coming,
my brother on fire to now.
My telling coming. Yes, my telling coming. And trust me.
How many telling will be having now?
My telling coming.
Listen, man.
If we launch,
you in the second lane.
Announce it. People will join us because we're serious. We're not joking with our country. We're telling you clear.
You keep forming all the political parties. You will not go anywhere.
Minister,
how many telling will be having the country?
We'll cut down.
Good.
We'll cut down. Too much waste and abuse, fraud. But cut it down.
Let me welcome Mr. Diggs. Mr. Diggs, I think you brought the third lane. Because so you say third lane coming, you pop up.
No, I was online. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, I was online before.
Not too many tailings.
You say you were online before the third link.
I was online with the tail link. So
CMCS are telling a new telling coming again.
CMCS are telling them, Tomalin and una telling. Maybe Mr. Disca and not telling or be.
I'm telling you.
No, I don't
confuse our people here.
So okay, well, thanks guys, thanks guy and the lady. But I think my comment want to go on that traffic management thing. You know, it's sad. Every time we try to do something in the country, we have a habit of creating a cartel. We got a rest cartel, we got a petroleum cartel. Now we have given it to a monopoly. And what puzzles me is that these people, some of them are educated in the U.S. Why don't you come up with a policy and a plan to have service centers around the country that individuals can own those service centers, like how we do in the U.S. If I want a driver license, I go to a service center in my neighborhood, but that service center is not a monopoly. If I go into another county, there will be another service center that is owned by a different person. But you take a statutory responsibility and give it to an individual for 25 years. It doesn't make no sense. Doesn't make no sense. If you want to empower Liberian businesses, Mr. Nagbe can have $50,000 cash and get a bunch of license plate on consignment. And for every license plate that he gave, he remit the money and get his share. And he's running a service center. He could have one, you know, I mean, you could have multiple around the country. Just in the city of America, you could have 10. in the city of Monrovia, but you give it to one man. So that man's going to control the price. 2 years from now, that man will say, look, my cost is going up. I got to carry the price up this level. What can you do about it? Nothing. He's locked in for 25 years. At the end of the day, the people suffer.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Peabody made a salient point here. Dr. Peabody, I'm sorry for that. He made a salient point that look, we can talk as much as we can, but that deal has already been done.
Is that really true?
Those who were supposed to get their cut have already gotten their cut.
They signed them already?
As a result, we will just talk. We will highlight we will highlight these flaws.
Which deal you talking about, Mr. Sidon? Which deal?
I'm talking about the transportation deal.
No, we're having a show on that this week. We're having a show on it this week.
Yeah, that transportation deal. Because Mr. Dick made a salient point. Service center. Okay, I live in Delaware, but in Pennsylvania, you want to get your license plate, you don't go to the motor vehicle, you go to somebody's, you go to another private person, he gives you your license plate. He sells it to you, he gets a little percentage, he transmits the other money to the state. If that is done in Liberia, will empower our people. There are so many innovative ways to empower our people. But we can't get a group of people in the country who are stuck on enriching themselves. So they are doing everything possible to continue to enrich themselves and keep our people in perpetual poverty.
And one of the main reasons why I think they will not use a Liberian-owned company because of the cartel. They can better go to foreigners and cartel with them, get kickback, but they will not easily get it from their own Liberian like that. So they would rather use these people than empowering our people.
For me, I don't let to load the cartel rod. That's a statutory responsibility. Number one, and the most unfortunate thing about this whole thing in our country, we have this group that parade around called the civil society organizations. They should be the watchdog for democracy and the rule of law and governance in the country. But they're always just quiet and
they compromise.
No, they're not quiet.
No, I come in Mr. Gilmer, because look, when it comes to governance, when some of these things happen, you challenge it in the court. So who's going to sue in the court? I mean, who's going to lead the pack? The civil society organization say, look, you're taking the statutory responsibility for a government agency. You have civil servants that are protected by the civil servant law that perform these functions. So what are you going to do with them? Is the entity going to absorb them? And when they absorb them, then guess what? They will be employment at will. They won't be protected by civil service law. I mean, anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. So there's a whole lot of legal ramifications to this thing that the people can't just sit. I mean, we want a modern democracy. There has to be checks, either from the civil service society or from the first branch of government. It has to be checked. So I don't know why the thing has passed, but if it's 25-year agreement, it has to be voted on, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, well, all you have to do is be ratified.
Yeah, so it has to go to the first branch, right?
Yeah, but that's why Musa Ability was on here yesterday. He said whatever is initiated by the first branch is automatically signed. Today I listened to Mr. Senator Darrell Dillon. He said there is this misconception in the press that the president vetoed. I want Mr. Nami to listen to this and Mr. Pewee, because he said there's a misconception that President Waika have vetoed the port bill. He said that's a lie. He said the president vetoed few line items in the bill and told them to close those loopholes, and the bill will be signed according to him. So you see, for those of us who are crediting the president, Darrell Dillon just made it clear that you are not looking at the entire bill. He did a line item, few things he said he wanted straightened up, and we straightened up, and the bill is going to be signed. So what we are saying here is whatever they put forth. You remember when the president came, when they got elected, they came to the United States, they had an elaborate dinner from HPX had a dinner, and they were showing off and all of that. And someone said, you can forget it, the deal is done. And here we are today. So Darrell Dillon is letting us know And those of you out there like us who were happy jumping and say the president did the right thing, say we were wrong. Mr. Namwe, today, Mr. Honorable Dillon said we were celebrating prematurely. The president did not veto the bill; it was line item. There were a few things in there that he wanted corrected, and he was signed. So, what your take on what we were celebrating early?
Yeah. Yeah, we celebrated apparently for nothing because the reporting was that he had veto. But maybe we should be a little bit hopeful in that this will shine a little bit more light on this bill and hope.
You're bringing the light into this here again?
Because the light has spoken, so I got it. All pun intended. But let me welcome Siafa and Sidiki back on set. It's good to have you guys back. I've been listening to you guys quietly, and a lot of range of topics you went over from the asset recovery. I've been waiting since Sarah came and cut in. She said she wasn't recognized, and then she's been talking over everybody. But it's okay. She's a special mother. We'll let her do that. But coming back to the transport deal, I think Dr. Peabody said exactly what it is, and then Tomalin and also CFR. We're hearing that some of the officials, some of the higher ups in the government, they have personal vested interest in this transport thing. Dr. Peabody talked about motorbikes and all of that. There's a picture circulating now. I mean, one of several, but the most recent one is of the road between Tapita and Totown, right? You have trucks lying on their side in the middle of the road. You have the big, dumb, swampy stretch of road. Cars are stuck in the mud in there, And even if we cash out of this project, we're going to buy motorbikes, I think Jerome talked about swapping and all of that. It makes you wonder what our priorities are. I was talking to my friend P. Mike again last night. He was telling me some of the problems they're having. The budget, they believe they can bring in more than $1 billion. I didn't even know this. There are institutions in Liberia that are self-income generators, and they don't report this money to the government coffers, like Ministry of Health. You go in there, all the money we're paying, apparently, you go to the court, these judges, some of them, they charge you $25 out here, $50 out here. All that money, MCS, all these monies, I understand they're not reporting these monies. I was shocked by that. So I think it's an efficiency problem. A lot of us had hoped that, it would be one of the things this government would take a look at. When we go to negotiate these things, I think we go there. I think it's Ali who said that we go there out of desperation, and so we sell out. We cannot stand our ground because we're shaking in a little two couples they put on the table. We want to take it and run away. You're negotiating a quarter century worth of contracts. You're walking away with 30%, and you're giving out 70% for 25 years. So you guys have said a lot on it. I don't have anything new to add to it except to agree with you that government, we have to be creative, we have to be enterprising, we have to really sit carefully and go over these contracts, these agreements. And there's nothing wrong with calling for help wherever you can find it. We said that here over and over from the time we discussed several other deals, including the recent HPS deal. It has been expressed here. There's no shame. In fact, there is absolutely no shame in it. There are lots of competent Liberians who can do far better than some of our fellows in government now. Maybe not any of us sitting here, but maybe some of us are here. But there are a lot of Liberians. Call for help and do it right. But we keep saying it. I don't think it's ringing through. But some of these deals that are being negotiated, they're really bad.
Mr. D.
I beg you, Mr. Gima, I beg you, please. Let me just, Mr. D, I beg you a few minutes. Let me get my closing comments quick. I beg you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, on the deal about the port, let me say this, right? I made a post on Friday supporting, commending the president for his veto. When I made that post, I received calls from 3 senators. Okay, and one of them said, "Look, I'm one of the sponsors of that bill, but the president bill, you got to understand what the veto that he made. Understand the veto." I said, "What is veto?" What he said? He said the president is telling you, say, "Look, we should go and make some correction on that bill, and we'll resubmit it. He will sign it." That's what the president said. Then the other side too that support the president veto too, they were cheering. So then they said, "Look," then I said to them, "Look." Somebody they give me a laugh. But I said, "Look, the thing is this: we have the closing argument. We have built our platform. You guys should come and tell the Liberian people about this bill." So one of the senator, he said, I said, "No, I will not take you. You're not going to call the platform and talk. No, you appear on the platform and defend your bill. You say you're the sponsor of the bill. Defend the bill. I will not call you Neo, but I will tell you this: you come forward, you come and defend your bill, the C bill, okay? Because myself too, all the weekends I try to do my own research too. I'm having a different position on it. So, but I can do more research on it because I'm not too sure whether the president veto should be sustained, okay? But I don't think they have the vote to override the veto. But so they're making some amendments to the particular bill. So we're still discussing it. Hopefully, that's enough will be brave to come on closing argument and defend the bill. The second thing is that the transport that thing with the transport ministry, we have also advised them to come and also can talk about the transport. Yeah, some of them have agreed to come. So hopefully they'll come before the 26th to come and discuss it and so forth. So let's pray because they are saying that the bill giving monopoly to one person, the MD or the MP having monopoly or all the posting like bro. There's a problem. How you giving it all that power and all that revenue? But then I also say, but my argument was about that you got a Frenchman somewhere sitting now, a French bill on there, who's sponsoring the bill. They say, Tomalin, you can't say that. I said, but I'm understanding. You know, a French man staying somewhere in France, somewhere, he's sponsoring the bill. I know they did use it for you guys to help.
Who is a questionable character, Tomalin? Don't forget that.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly, Mr. Nangwe. So, I'll leave it with the diplomat. They will handle it. But again, we will bring them here. We are open. You'll come. The closing argument, we don't censor nobody here. You free to say what you want to say and defend your position. We're not here to say, oh, you can't say it, you can't say that. Come and defend it. The guys are here open. So let's see what happens.
Mr. Tomalin George, before you go, let me put this here. 1 minute, Sarah, I'm coming to you. Siafa Dix and Tomalin before you leave. Should we go back to property ownership and being a citizen to be able to run? Because I think we are electing abject poor people who are coming in with absolutely nothing. So they see this as a last ditch effort. This is like a smash and grab. Should we now make property ownership a clause or requirement before you come in the house? Show me that you got somewhere to sleep. Show me that you didn't come in with flip-flop.
If you get naturalized, if your parent was Lebanese, what would the case would be? Or if you're born Liberian, or if you're not even born, or you're naturalized, you should be able to be considered Liberian citizenship. And only thing you can do, if you're not naturalized Liberian born citizen, you can run for president and vice president, or maybe the legislature. But that law is racist, and we should speak against it. I'm against it. You should be able to own land and own property and become citizen of our country. You can't start the person for him. That's why we got capital flight, because the person will be putting the money in the country. Then you say they're not citizens, they can't own land in the country. Think I will keep my money in the country? No, I'll take it from there. And other countries are developing and making progress because there are a lot of people not to become citizens and own land, own property in the country. So I'm against it. I pray that the president will put will do a referendum on it so we can change that law. President, we have tried, but the people undermined his referendum and they were defeated. So let's try again.
Mr. Dix, property clause in running for office, so we can at least there's something about if you have a vested interest, your skin in the game, your decision making is different from somebody who got absolutely, because somebody I know a friend who got elected 2005, right, in the election. He came and he said, Jerome, he said, look at me, I got nothing. He said, At least the first 3 years, I need to get a house. I need to get a. So I said, where you staying now? He said, I'm stopping with Edwin Snow. So he made it clear the first 3 years of his. Actually, he said the first. He said, I'm sure I will be re-elected. The first 6 years for me. And the second term will be for the people. He said, because I got to farm, I got to buy land, I got to build a house, I got to do this, I got to do that. I got nowhere to stay. I'm staying with Snow. So should we make property ownership some vested interest in the contract clause?
No, I kind of disagree. I mean, you're trying to categorize citizens of the country. You know, we had that problem in the previous constitution and it caused problem. That's why we had a coup and we changed it. You know, it's not a problem electing poor people. It comes down to governance. The first branch of government, now we're all talking about audit the first branch of government. The reason we're saying audit them is because they are handling money. The only money they should handle should be their compensation. So it comes down to governance. If they're only handling the compensation, trust me, they won't get rich overnight. And secondly, we need, like we said, we need a remaking of Liberia. We need a constitutional referendum for the term of offices. If you're elected for 6 years, 9 years, you owe nothing to the people. So these are some of the things we need to look at. But saying you got to have this net worth before you run for office. I mean, I could be a poor man and be very committed to my job. So I don't have to be rich to be committed, you know. And then coming to the port bill, you know, when they say, oh, we keep saying that Liberia is a unitary state. We have the National Port Authority, we have the Liberian Maritime Authority, we have the Liberian Airport Authority. These agencies have the fiduciary duty to manage state assets, out of the airport, the seaport, or the maritime business. The Port of Buchanan doesn't belong. I'm not trying to be tribal. Doesn't belong to Grand Bassa County. The Port of Buchanan belongs to Liberia. The Republic of Liberia that happens to be in Grand Bassa County. The B Mountain doesn't belong to Cape Mount County. It belongs to the Republic of Liberia. So, these people's whole idea is to segment this thing so they can have saying who runs it, and you know what's going to happen in the end. And at the end of the day, whether it was veto or not veto, where we'd like to hear from the press secretary what actually happens. You know, I will stop there.
Mr. Pewee.
Yeah.
It is, I don't know. I mean, we are just throwing everything out there because we are confused people. We got people who I call it the theocracy, the stealing. You know, just like you have theocracy, you have theocracy. That's what we have there, where people don't care about their folks. Like you said, you give somebody guaranteed 9 years. Guaranteed 9 years. So there's no incentive to work or to do anything, much like even visit their own district. It's guaranteed 9 years. Where do we go from here? How do we remedy this?
To remedy this, we need some, you know, the reason is that the people will have to be part of this to remedy this. If the people are not part of this, now we'll have to take us those on this on the political platform, political commentators, political strategists, civil society groups, right, and that of journalists. This, all of those measures, groups that I just spoke of, there will have to be a kind of a way to marshal a plan to progressively move about this and remind our major stakeholder or stake actors, if you will, to implement and do the rightful thing or needful. Part of this is that it is hard time that we move forward to change the constitution of the country. A lot of countries, imagine even the Chief Justice, it just confirmed him, alluded to that during his confirmation hearing. He said that the Constitution seems to be racist, and I do agree with you on that. And there's a need also. During the Ellen Sirleaf administration, we did it, but in a haphazard manner. It was done through a comprehensive issue, and we didn't do the Weir administration. Also, most of the prepositions got slapped in the face because there was lack of adequate information dissemination process on these things. So there's a need to push again a lot of prepositions. Within the Constitution, there's a need for serious amendment, and those amendments will have to be system-oriented. In terms, will have to be in conformity with realistic time. This time we find ourselves, and that's the intent of the law. Laws are meant to be changed so that it will confront to the current day reality of folks, and that's what we need to do. Now, there's no need now of one senator being there for 9 years. And there's no need now of the country. We always cause this noise that we don't have the money to fund our elections. That is BS. So what we need to do is to get a comprehensive review of what we intend to do. But one is that, hey, can we now, it's 5 years, it's 6 years, 2 more, 5 years too much? It's 6 years, can we do 5 or 4? If we cannot, if 4 is too short, then let's go by 5 years at least. So the president representative will go for 5 years. It will reduce that, then just give us a time space of at least 1 year or so and give the senator 6 years and change that. If you were to start that and then we all move along with it, it's important. Other than that, and they will continue to replicate the kind of things that we've been seeing, nonsense around the place, and they put the country backward. But there's no need that we sit down all of the end. We sit and the innovation we need is not coming to us, but the guys are bringing things on the carry off on the other end. So there's a need that we seriously look into these things. And now look at most of the legislation. You just spoke something on the Darius DeLong statement. I think I would disagree with him. The president vetoed the bill. Signing what the bill was vetoed. It was clearly spare out. It's veto. If you were even to go back and make those corrections or changes, if you will, within the first bill you did, the intent. But I said it before that the president supported this bill. But the only reason why the president vetoed this bill, one of the reasons that is trying to usurp is usurping some of the function of the presidency. For instance, talking about each of the area will carry 9, giving the title. No, it's not your responsibility to do that, lawmaker. No, you don't do it that way. So the president is calling for these corrections, and he's going to correct them. Now, but they performed something here is that DeLong and the rest of the other folks that were allowed yesterday, they are all in the very corrupt scene now today, seeking everything in their own interest. The guy that they're fronting for, he's a multi-millionaire. My information I'm getting here. They're fronting for him because they know they're going to get something. From the beginnings, they know they're going to get something up. But these are things that will carry the country backward. It's not good. So if we start to write some communication to major stakeholders in this country, that some of those people be exposed, if possible, reprimanded, it's important. We have to do it. If we have not started doing it, we have to do it. Some are going to be very loud and consistent. We're going to start writing personally to people in the system here to check the system. Other than that, the guys with them spoil all the things and do things that will not be in the none of that. If we did at the beginning, what's going to happen to the port of Harper, for instance? Because Buchanan, you think from Buchanan, you go to the country, what's going to happen to the port of Harper? What's going to happen to the port of Greenville? There's some need that we engage a comprehensive agenda of moving the country forward, and that we allow these selfish, greedy, and unscrupulous politicians. They're going to damage everything. It's not going to help the country nothing whatsoever.
Okay, Mr. Nangbe, it's time for us to go home here. Your closing, I want you to address what Joe Manjala just said, right? Are we now trying to segment our country into fiefdom, where every tribe got their own niche, whatever resource you have in your county, it belongs to you and yours only. By the time you turn around, we have little fiefdom, and the sense of republic will disappear.
Well, thank you, Jerome. It's good to have been with you guys today. I think Mr. Dix kind of raised that point in his last comment about, people in Buchanan feeling like the port of Buchanan is for the people of Buchanan. We have that problem in my part of the world where I'm from. It may seem inconsequential, but it adds up. Where I'm from in my place, there are 3 different little clans are put together to constitute my district. But we're having that problem now. Some of the clans, they have gold, they have other resources, and you have these foreign nationals, these Chinese, Ghanaians, Burkinabes. They're going in there and negotiating with these clans, and some of the clans are arguing that these resources exclusively belong to that particular clan, but that is wrong. And we're trying to explain that to them. And the government of Liberia is completely absent in that area, neglecting. Someone talked about, fiduciary responsibility. This is just some of the way we are losing revenue. I'm just bringing this up because to accentuate the point that this government, instead of going out there and begging, there are a lot of things that could be done locally to generate the money and probably go way above that $1 billion that the finance minister wants us to go to church and pray for. So as we are closing, all these little things, those are those screws we expect the government to tighten. Instead of sitting in Monrovia and then driving to Banga to dedicate a water pump, or driving to Vonjama. I don't know. When we're talking here, people seem to suggest that we're just being negative, but we're trying to be as positive as we can. It's just too difficult to find those positive points to point out, but the negatives seem so glaring and so enormous, so plentiful. Every time you look around, there's something. So I will shut up and leave it there. But thank you guys for the show tonight. Thanks to our audience here. Some have been very interactive. Some of you have donated. Joma Jala, I'm expecting your donation to the crew because you're benefiting here. You come here and make yourself popular all the time. You talk all the stuff. Come and support the station. So I expect your donation. Thank you all very much. I know you're coming right, so I'm not even gonna.
Joma Jala, you're running for senator. And you're getting free advertisement. We'll send you the invoice. We'll send you the invoice. Mr. Diggs, close us out here.
Yeah, guys.
We just throwing things out because we are so confused. We all have the same country, and it looks like everywhere we turn, for those of us who say we want some country boys to come in, represent the people, they come there even worse than before. Then you change those idiots. Then you replace them with absolute idiots. So where do we start? Where do we end? It's just, look, we're trying to get rid of all these guys now. 15 senators is coming up for re-election. We say we're going to get all of that out. And we're going to replace them with even 50 words and those ones, and we just go in circle. You're closing, man. This thing is getting too...
Well, trust me, if you elect me for 9 years and I can play with a bunch of money, I don't think you're going to hear from me. After 9 years, you can have it. You can have your Senate seat. Yeah, I mean, I'll come back to this port bill. The port bill is wrong. We are at a stage to build a country and not to divide the country. And if we want the natural resources in that country to benefit the citizens, then we should look at our revenue law. We should pass a law that all proceeds from the extractive industry goes towards healthcare, education, and infrastructure. Have a special budget fund. It goes straight into that. That means it's not going to this big war they use, government consolidated account. Once they go there, it's free for all. And then the powers that be, they put their hands in it and they divvy it up among themselves. Then what is left, that was come to the common people. So port bill is wrong. The Senate sponsor of that port bill should be a senator enough, a man or woman enough to come on the platform and defend every aspect of that port bill. Talking about the NPA is inefficient. Well, some of these same senators were rescue senators that were putting people on these boats. So we have been using these boats to reward our political allies. So, and the boat should help the management to set a strategic direction for these entities. So if the entities are not functioning, we should look at the management team and the quality of people we have on the board. But to just break something up because it's not working, state asset and dividend money county, I will not support it any day. At the end of the day, it should always be about Liberia, gentlemen. Thank you, and thanks to the audience.
Mr. Pewee, take us out.
Yeah, quickly. If the current boss of the port is not effective or it's not efficient, recommend his dismissal. You bring someone new, and then to call a year to find out what you can do for the next person to perform. And the other thing, and that's one of the issues that is hurting the country. We have people employed or appointed on the basis of supporting the president. We understand it's about campaign. But after appointment, there's performance. So there should be a barometer. What's the barometer are we using to do measurement of performance here? If those are not, individual the presidents appointed are not performing, there should be a role. But this is a kind of a cocktail now the guys try to establish here to push and push the way they want to do it in their surface interest. But again, what we can only say for now is we're gone almost year 2 of this. We're moving forward, but we have to be effective to be the watchdog. And to be the watchdog, you have to be focused. And this issue will have to go on unabated, because if you abate this, then you try to enable them to do business as usual. But again, thank you for tonight, and I think we just have to keep our eyes on the ball and not to lose, and we make sure that we pay attention to the signals.
Yes. Thank you very much. And the diplomat said they're supposed to be watchdog. The dog just sit there and watch everything happen. You don't even bark. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. That's not the kind of watchdog you want.
No.
God willing, tomorrow we'll be here. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.